All right, we are going to have to go through and we are going to have to spend the next 5 hours getting you ready for this fine football Sunday. And of course, if you missed this live stream, all I have to say is make sure you subscribe, drop a like on the stream, hit the bell next to the subscribe button so YouTube lets you know when we're live. I'm going to be live streaming, answering fantasy football questions every single day until Christmas. But let's go through and let's take a look at some of these dynasty teams before we get to anything else. This was submitted from Ben earlier this week. Ben, really appreciate you and super excited to check this out. Saying, hey Mason, I'm the same user that submitted the ESPN team All Gas No Breaks to my sleeper league. I think I've locked up this week, so I'll be 1-3. Any trade move starts it helps would be greatly appreciated. So here's the thing, man. I'm going to operate under the assumption that this is a true dynasty league. Reason is league analyzers telling us it's dynasty. Second reason is just looking at the amount of players that you are truly rostering. So we are 1-3 as of now. And I would say that a 1-3 dynasty team, we need to be very careful in the trades that we make. Not that you have to pivot to a rebuild, but it would be on the back of our mind. You fall to 1-4, you fall to 2-5. Then at that point, you are 100% wanting to change your focus on winning this year to collecting long-term value. So on a team like this, I don't think you need to rebuild just yet, but trading away your future first and removing the possibility of rebuilding would be horrendous. Now, looking at what we have quarterback-wise, it's a 1 QB format, so it doesn't matter much. We have Caleb, McCarthy, and Dart. So obviously, and Daniel Jones now too. So looking at these three quarterbacks, we are very excited about really, I guess, all four of them. Now, are any of them elite options just yet? No, but I mean, it's in the range of outcomes that Caleb Williams does turn into an elite name in Dynasty, right? So we are truly comfortable with what we have at quarterback. Now, looking at what we have at running back, we are sitting with Ashton Jeanty, Josh Jacobs. So 2 running backs we can feel confident about contending with in the short term. And then obviously Jeanty can also be that rebuilding piece for the long term. If you did need to pivot over to a team that had a rebuild, you probably would go ahead and try to sell Josh Jacobs. Now, the depth beyond this, we have Woody Marks looking like he is turning into somebody that we can actually trust, which maybe what we should be doing as we review a team is updating our dynasty rankings because, they so clearly need to be updated. But yeah, Woody Marks maybe ends up saving this team, to be honest, because it does give us a little bit of running back depth that we are lacking beforehand. Now, going over and taking a look at what we have when it comes to wide receiver. We are sitting with Brian Thomas, T. Higgins, George Pickens. So at this point, I think you could say that Pickens is a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 for the rest of this season. On the flip side of that, it's hard to say that T. Higgins is anything more than a wide receiver 3. And Brian Thomas is anything more than a wide receiver 2. So wide receiver is lackluster. Is it the best room in the world? No. And then tight end, we have David Njoku. So going through and looking at your team top to bottom, there's not a singular spot that you need help with, right? There's not a singular thing that you absolutely need to do to cover this position or another. But you are in a position in which you're not particularly that strong anywhere. So I actually probably wouldn't be making any trades right now just because you do need the outside chance of being able to go through and pivot over to a rebuild. So in that instance, I think I would rather kind of hold on to this team with how you have it. If you had any expendable pieces, sure, I would like to trade them, but frankly, you just don't. Maybe if you win this game, you move to 2-3 and you go, you know what? I could really win this year, but I need an extra tight end. David Njoku's not cutting it. then you can do something small like trading Luther Burden for a tight ends. But even that kind of move's not something I want to be doing right now. Trying to think if there's anything else that we can consider here. But no, I mean, make sure you're holding on to your picks. And if you lose this week and you end up falling to 1-4, then at that point, it's going to be a fire sale on the veteran assets. We're going to sell T. Higgins for whatever we can get. We're going to sell Josh Jacobs for whatever we can get. We would be really happy to get a future first for Josh Jacobs, and that honestly may be in the cards. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free start sit questions and some free trade questions. In terms of how we are submitting your starting lineup in the short term, I would say quarterback, we're playing the matchups. I would actually start Daniel Jones this week. Running back, Genty and Josh Jacobs are auto locks. Wide receiver, Pickens, Brian Thomas. And then for your two flexes, you're probably going to be going Woody Marks and then Wan'Dale Robinson over T. Higgins. And then obviously David Njoku at tight ends. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. But Bill, absolutely cooking us for our hat. Well, we'll switch the hats. Okay. This hat's actually a lot cleaner than it usually is. I know you can see the sweat stains, but usually it's much, much worse than that. So we'll go ahead. We'll switch it to the flock hat. How about that? Okay. Now let's move over to our next team. This one is going to be Arnick. And I forgot Jacobs is on bye, so I guess you're going to have to flex T. Higgins and play Woody Marks at running back. Arnick coming through. Says, I've gone through a full retooling, getting rid of older pieces for first. Examples are Derrick Henry and Metcalf. Looking like a bottom 2 out of 3 team. What should I do with all my picks? Trade with the other losing teams for rookie/injured players, hold to make the picks, or trade for 2027. So here's the thing, man. You are 100% going to see these picks continue to accumulate value as we go through the next, say, 6 months. Actually, even longer than that, over the next 7 months. Now, obviously, I wouldn't tell anybody that, oh, this player is going to increase in value over the next 7 months. So you absolutely have to hold on to them no matter what. No, like if you were looking at a contending team, it may make sense for you to go through and for you to sell those rookie picks and not necessarily care about the value accruement. But is that the case here? No, you're not a contending team. And for that reason, I would really say that we're in a spot in which we should just hold on to our picks and keep it stupid simple if they're going to increase in value. Going over and looking at this, it's a Superflex 14-team league, so quarterbacks are going to be absolutely insanely valued here. We have Justin Herbert, we have Dylan Gabriel, and that's about it. So this is showing me I need to move Dylan Gabriel up our rankings, which we're doing that right now on that other screen. So hopefully you'll get a more accurate assessment of where your team currently sits. But regardless, I think we can say that we are okay to have Justin Herbert as our anchor here for the long term. And then when it comes to what we have with Dylan Gabriel, obviously I don't want to be banking that we're going to be getting too much. Now, going over and looking at running back, we have Caleb Johnson, who obviously this season's giving us absolutely nothing, but on a rebuilding team, that's okay. It's not like you're going to be able to sell him for anything. And then we have really nobody beyond this. Going to wide receiver, we have Rashee Rice, we have A.J. Brown, we have Quentin Johnston, we have Khalil Shakir, we have Juwan Jennings. So here's my thing. You got to wait until we get an A.J. Brown spike week. And if you were wanting to go through and dip your toes into the waters of the other players that are going to be increasing in value, which are rookies this season, which are those injured names, the player you're selling is A.J. Brown. Like if you wanted to go and try to get to Malik Neighbors, Your trade is you're trying to set a contending team like A.J. Brown and Quentin Johnston, right? You're not trying to sell your future first. You're trying to sell the contending assets that are going to continue to go down, which you already know. You already sold Henry. You already sold Metcalf. I'm assuming we're just not getting the value that we like right now for A.J. Brown, and that's why he is still on our roster. But ultimately, that's the move that we are needing to make here. Tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. So we're just fine chilling with Kyle Pitts for the time being. So I want to make sure on a rebuilding team like this, you see this through. You make sure those picks continue to increase in value while you have them. Again, the thing that I would personally change is I would go ahead and I would look to sell A.J. Brown for an additional 2026 first, hopefully early, or if you really wanted to start stacking 2027 first, you could do that as well. But again, I would just encourage you, please don't be selling your future picks right now. It's just too early. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my guy. Okay. Now let's move this over to the Tone Drone. So say Mason, love the content, mate. Need some help where to go in this cash league. 0-4 now and having to concede to needing to prepare for next season. It's a 10-team Superflex Dynasty League. Yeah, if you're an 0-4 team, I'm right there with you. 0-4 team, you're probably best to just go through and punt for the long term. Now, don't get me wrong. Your team's not bad at all. The CeeDee Lamb injury obviously hurts. A.J. Brown turning to dust obviously hurts. But we also have like Xavier Worthy. We have Genty. We have Kenneth Walker. It's a super flex league where we have Hurts, Caleb Williams. So realistically, like you have a good team here. But yeah, I think you just may have to go ahead and throw in the towel at this point in terms of our ability to contend this season. And if we're looking at assets that I would want to be selling on a contending team, I essentially want to be selling any asset that's looking like it has a real chance to be worth less this offseason than it is today. And in my mind, those pieces include Kenneth Walker, Rachaad White. Going and selling Rachaad White to the Bucky Irving team right now in a dynasty league for a second and a third would be an absolute no-brainer. A.J. Brown. And maybe T.J. Hawkinson. But the thing is that's nice about you pivoting over to a rebuild is there aren't going to be many pieces that you need to sell. You're actually in a completely fine spot when it comes to you actually having a lot of these young players that are going to continue to increase in value as time goes on. We can try to go through and sell Chris Godwin as well. And then going over and looking at tight end, like obviously TJ Hawkinson's now old enough where we could say like, yeah, Hawkinson's probably going to decrease in value. And at least most tight ends his age. But the thing is with how poor he's been performing, realistically, there's no shot whatsoever that you're able to get any value for him right now. So, I mean, if anything, you're just kind of going to be holding on to TJ Hawkinson, hoping for a spike, and then you can sell him. But yeah, I think it's a kind of stupid simple with this team. You just sell A.J. Brown and you sell Rachaad White. And then if Chris Godwin gets a spike, then Godwin goes on the trade block as well. But I wish I had more for you, but I'm right in lockstep with what you're saying with this team. I think it's kind of clear. That's what you want to be doing. Now let's move over to our next one. That's going to be from JB Terrell. So say Mason, kick this dynasty startup off this year, and it's fairly rough off the jump. I have already made a few moves, but considering I was last in points forced when Lamar went down, any recommendations you would have? So we are Donald's hype man, We are currently second in the league analyzer. Yeah, but we are third to last in points, and we are 1-3. And we just lost Trey Benson. So let's go through and let's take a little peek at this. So we are going to be in a world of pain. We already know that. So looking at what we have when it comes to quarterback, it's a super flex league. Lamar goes down. So right now we have Lawrence and Michael Penix in there. Not great. Running back, we have no Benson. We have no Mixon. So you're starting like Kenneth Walker, RB1. Not great. DJ Giddens, RB2. Horrendous. Wide receiver, we have Tet. We have Higgins. Obviously, Higgins gets hurt big time with the Burrow stuff. We have Chris Olave, and it's a start 9 format, so you're also starting Josh Downs. And then tight end, we're throwing out Hunter Henry. So as we look at this, it's a spot in which we can say that probably not that excited for where we currently stand. Realistically, I don't see this team with the Lamar injury turning into some super strong contender right now. And for that reason, I think I probably would look to pivot this over to a rebuilding team. I think you look to sell Kenneth Walker. You have a 2026 first and 2027 first on top of our own already. So it looks like we are trending in the right direction with that front. But I think you look to sell Kenneth Walker. You look to sell T. Higgins. And honestly, if Lamar Jackson comes back and you're able to sell Lamar Jackson for Jaden Daniels plus some picks, I think you may look to do that as well. But with this team, ultimately, I think you do need to pivot it over to a rebuild, as painful as it sounds. I just don't necessarily see another outcome with how it's currently performing. But I wish I had more for you. I know it's kind of stupid simple, but like if you start off 1-3, we're at the bottom of points scored, and then we lose our best player, and then you lose your running back too, it is kind of easy to say that the rebuilding path is the direction that we should be going in. But I really appreciate you and wish I had more for you here, my guy. But again, if there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be from Zach. Says, injury bug with Lamb, Neighbors, and Benson. Any suggestions? Much love. Love the content. Appreciate you, my friend, and excited to check this out. Okay. We are the top team according to the league analyzer. Now, we haven't fully tuned in our dynasty rankings. We've been going through and doing that on the other monitor as we look at these teams, so I can make sure that y'all are a little more accurate here. But quarterback, we are sitting with Drake May as well as Kyler Murray. So I guess you have Jackson Dart as well, and obviously Jackson Dart, big time steamer up rankings. I'm actually going to update the rankings with him right now, and we'll move him up to, at the very minimum, QB 17. Okay. Then going over and looking at what we have with, but honestly, it's a one quarterback format, so it's not like QB matters that much. Now, going over and looking at what we have with running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, absolute crusher right now. We have Trevion Henderson for long-term value. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt give you some combination of production now and long-term value as well. And this is a 3-1 team. So this is a team that definitely should be willing to go out there and call ourselves a contender and push in to win in the short term. So really like what we have at running back. I don't think there's much to discuss on that front, to be honest. Now, going over and looking at where we stand with wide receiver. You have Puka Nacua, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors, Garrett Wilson. So the Neighbors injury kills us. Having Puka, Lamb, Wilson as our top three wide receivers is fine. This is a shallower format. This format has a little bit closer to actual like I want to say, redraft starting lineup requirements as opposed to true dynasty. So realistically, like, it's not like we're completely taken out of it because of the injury to Malik Neighbors, but it's going to make our life a lot harder. So what I would look to do with a team like this that's clearly contending is see if we can find a team that's clearly rebuilding, like this team that's 0-4, and see if we can send them Malik Neighbors and get back some win now assets. Like, could we sell Malik Neighbors to the rebuilding team and get the combination of like Roman Bowers? Probably much easier said than done, but if we could, it'd be a no-brainer. I mean, even if you have to include another asset, sell them Malik Neighbors and then a 2026 first to go get Rome and Bowers, right? And then you put yourself in a really good spot to contend this year. The I Got a Chubb team, this team's 1-3. In my opinion, they should be looking to pivot to a rebuild. If you wanted to try to sell them Malik Neighbors for the combination of like A.J. Brown and Trey McBride, I think that could be interesting. I would probably prefer Pickens and A.J. Brown. I'm sorry, Pickens and Trey McBride, though. So realistically, we need to move A.J. Brown even further down our ranks. Looking at this team that's 1-3, they have Jackson Smith and Jigba. If you could trade them, Malik Neighbors, for Jackson Smith and Jigba and Harold Fannin, I think that'd be very interesting if they're willing to pivot over to a rebuild. But I think that's the thing you would look to do. Obviously, you'd be selling Malik Neighbors at a slight discount in comparison to where I typically have him ranked. Like before the injury, Malik Neighbors was, I want to say, the wide receiver 2 for me in Dynasty, maybe the wide receiver 1 even. But obviously, very significant injury, and you're a contending team, so we actually need the production now. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would have for you here, my friend. But realistically, I think you have a phenomenal roster. Just going through and pivoting from Malik Neighbors to a rebuilding team like that could make a lot of sense. But I really appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my guy. Okay. Let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be from Din10. This is going to be a screenshot, so it'll take me 1 second to pull up. And as I do this, if you have not done so already, please make sure, ladies and gentlemen, you go down there and drop a like on this live stream. Drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some free questions to everybody. I'm going to be live streaming all the way until 1 p.m. Eastern. Obviously, we have the game getting kicked off in about an hour. I'm going to be watching the game as well on my phone, so I'll be commentating over that. But we'll be watching the game. We'll be answering questions. And because these Sunday streams, when there is a game, are typically a little bit smaller in comparison to streams when there's no game, realistically, you are actually going to be able to get a ton of free questions sent out to you in this live stream. So if you hang out with us through the game, you should be able to get a ton of free questions, where last Sunday we were sending like 5 free questions out in the live chat every 100 likes we hit. Okay, but yeah, spam your username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll pick some of y'all to send free questions to. And then also, I will say, if y'all wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you always can do so by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over and you sign up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK, you will actually get $100 added to your account after you play your first 5. I have been with Underdog Fantasy for 5 years. They've been the only sponsor of this channel, and I've never seen them do a deal this good. This is legitimately the best offer that they've had in the 5 years I've been working with them. And on top of this, you're going to be getting a free Drake May pick, higher, lower, half a total yard as well for tonight's game. And you'll get free questions for these live streams. And like I said, I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas. You can find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the description in the comment section. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every state. But let's send out this first free question to Bobbleheads. Bobbleheads, just found you on the site and just sent you over a free start sit question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Let's send another free question out to Lance Reformer. Or this is just Lance Former. Found you. Sent you over a free start sit question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Let's send this next one out to Say It Again. Just found you and just sent you over a free start sit as well. Again, really appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. But now, let's go ahead. Let's pull this up for Den 10. And we will then move over, and we're just going to get through a couple more team reviews, and then we're going to pivot over to the quick questions like the start set questions. But injuries and underproduction ruined my team consistency. In a bad spot and could use any advice. Hard to get a good trade. Low player values I won last year. No waivers that I could bench any starters for. Do you just hold out and hope for the best, or am I cooked? All right. So let's pull this up. Okay. For the love of God, do not play Carson Wentz. I know you have no Brock Purdy. There has to be a better option than freaking Carson Wentz out there right now. I don't know how many teams are in this league, but right now the over-under in that game in Minnesota, which I'm excited to watch in 1 second, but this game's supposed to be the lowest scoring game of the week. So if you were to go through and if you were to put in Carson Wentz, I would be afraid that we maybe have just lost the script. Do not do that. Okay. Now, looking at what we have long-term at quarterback with Brock Purdy, it's okay, not great. Now, going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Quinshon Judkins, J.K. Dobbins at RB1 and RB2. Judkins, I'd be excited to have him as my RB2, RB3. To have him as my RB1, not so much. Dobbins, I'd be excited to have him as my RB3, RB4, RB2, not so much. Now, we do have the long-term upside with Trevion Henderson and RJ Harvey and Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. So we have a lot of these rookie running backs on the bench that may continue to get better as time goes on, but obviously that aren't doing much for us here in the short term. Now, I will say with this, if you were a team that is currently sitting at 0-4, that is currently sitting at 1-3, or especially if you lose this week and you fall to like a desperation point, then what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to all of a sudden actually go ahead and try to do anything you can to sell Trevion Henderson, to sell RJ Harvey in a package deal with either Judkins or Dobbins to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. Again, if you have a winning record, if you win this week, then we're chilling, because realistically, those rookie running backs can continue to get better as time goes on, and they can be players that we're excited about. But again, a big thing with that is it's just hard to know right now. Now, going over and looking at what we have when it comes to wide receiver, you have Brian Thomas, you have Chris Godwin, you have Jamar Chase down on the bench, you have an injured Ricky Pearsall, and you have Ladd McConkey. So for me, I think I would still play Ladd McConkey over Chris Godwin this week. I understand that's maybe a tough thing to say, but I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, I would. And then looking at tight end, we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride, which we like to have in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex build. So ultimately, as we look at this team, I would say that if you are losing games right now and you're 1-3, you're 0-4, You may have to just take some of this long-term value that you have on the roster and pivot over to short-term production. You may have to say like, oh, okay, well, let's go through and let's sell Trevion. Let's sell Ricky Pearsall. Let's sell RJ Harvey. And let's just get some points in our starting lineup that we're going to be excited about right now. Now, of course, that may be easier said than done, but that would be the move that we're attempting to make, and that would be what we're trying to do. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And again, yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Now, let's move this over to our next one, which is going to be Como Tio. It's another dynasty league. It says, just getting a little feel for where I'm at now and for the rest of the season. If we should go all out this year or pivot to next, the team feels young enough to do so. So we are Bell to Ashton. This is actually a pretty good team name. Here's the thing, man. I don't know why we're going to pivot to next year if we're 3-1. Now, I guess you have the Malik Neighbors injury. And the big thing that I want to point out is 3-1 dynasty team where you do not have your own 2026 first. Things would have to go horribly wrong for me to want to pivot to next season. The reason being is, like, realistically speaking, you are in a spot in which you have no incentive to pivot to next year. Typically, if you have your own 2026 first, you can go through and you can actually trade away your assets, get a better rookie pick the following season. But here, that's not an option for you. So, no, I'm not wanting to pivot to next season. I know that for a fact. Looking at quarterback, it's a super flex league. We have Purdy, Love, Jackson Dart, so we can get by at quarterback here. Running back, we have Genty, Cam Scat, Woody Marks. So it looks like these rookie running backs are finally coming on for us. Going over to, and we have Byshell Tootin for more depth. Wide receiver, we still have Nico, Worthy, J-Mo, Quentin Johnson, Cortland Sutton, Chris Godwin, DJ Moore, Jawan Jennings. So we have a ridiculous amount of players that we can start, and we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. I like your team a lot. Like, the only thing that I think would be interesting to point out here is you're actually in a spot in which it could make sense for you to go ahead and for you to say, like, let's lean harder into this season. We just lost Malik Neighbors, which sucks. But is there a world in which we can send Malik Neighbors and Jackson Dart and go get an elite level quarterback? Go get somebody that's going to produce for us right now from a rebuilding team. Like, let's sort this by records. This team here that's 1-3. This team here that's 0-4. Do they have a quarterback that we are excited about? Nope. This team, not really. Okay, that kind of sucks. None of the rebuilding teams have the elite quarterbacks. The only teams with the elite quarterbacks are 3-1 or better. So maybe that's not in play for us, but I mean, we can still try it. We can still try going to the other contending teams and seeing if they'll trade us an elite quarterback if we send them Malik Neighbors and Jackson Dart. But again, that is going to be much easier said than done. In reality, if you just kept this team as is and continue down the path that you're on to try to contend this year, I think it's a good idea, and I wouldn't blame you at all for it. But I don't think I have anything else for you. Again, I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But yeah, do not pivot over to a rebuild. You already sold all your picks. You have no incentive now to pivot to said rebuild. Now let's move over to Rawls. Which this will be the last team review that we'll get through. I want to get through any team reviews that were submitted longer than a day ago. Says, don't really know what to do. Top ranked team in the league, and I'm 0-4. Do we blow it up and restart? Just traded Ricky, Brian Thomas Jr., Chase Brown, and Strange for Quentin Johnson, Jefferson in a second. Okay, Chase Brown. Yeah, that's a great trade. Need something to happen with my starting 8. Guys in my league are smart, so finding value is hard. Well, I'd say, my guy, you already just crushed in that first trade. Now, you're 0-4. So, realistically, 0-4 team where we have our own future first. I would like to pivot over to a rebuild on most builds. Now, real quick, before we get into this, we did just hit 300 likes on this stream, so we need to go through and we need to send out a couple free questions in the chat. So again, go down there, and to qualify for those free questions, all you got to do is drop a like on this live stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. We'll go ahead and pick somebody out to send those free questions to. And let me see if I can pull that up on the site. And as I pull that up on the site, I'll remind y'all that if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions for this stream, you always can by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting $100 added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, for tonight's game, you'll be getting a free Drake May pick, higher, lower, half a total yard against the Buffalo Bills. I've been with Underdog for 5 years. They've been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years. And this is by far and away the best offer that they've ever had. And on top of that, you're going to be getting free questions that you can send in these live streams. And I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas. And you can see the majority of the questions that we answer in these streams are the free ones. But, oh my gosh. Oh, that was disgusting. Oh, and why am I going to drink more of that? Ugh. Ugh. Oh my gosh, that was bad. I ran out of the normal caffeine things that we have, so I had to put in some old stuff, and that little caffeine packets from years ago. I don't know if it's expired, but that was bad. I only stomp. I can't find you on the site. I don't know if you use code FLOCK when you signed up. If not, you can add it to your account page. That way, next time you win something, I can find you. Let's see if we can send this out to Street Frosty. Street Frosty just found you on the site. Just sent you over a free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Okay. Now, let's move this back over to this team. This is Dumpster. We're 0-4. It's a super flex league. We have Hurts and then McCarthy. So I guess you're like starting Spencer Rattler right now, which are we excited about? No. I guess you have Jake Browning as well, which realistically we've been updating our dynasty rankings, and it looks like we need to update these two guys to move them up dramatically, of course. But anyway, as we look at this, we can probably safely say that quarterback 2, not great for us. Obviously, it's a pretty tough spot with the injury to McCarthy, but McCarthy should come back after the bye. Looking over at running back, we have Amari Hampton with a big-time breakout. Not only do we have Hampton with a big-time breakout, but on top of this, you're also getting I was going to say Trey Benson, but now Trey Benson's injured. So I guess running back 2 is in shambles now that we have no Bucky Irving. Wide receiver, we have Jettas, Tet, Worthy, Quentin Johnson. So we have 4 wide receivers we can start with confidence. Tight end, we have the injury to Brock Bowers. So here's the thing, man. I'm going to be honest with you. You're 0-4. You just had an injury to 2 of our 5 best players with Bucky Irving and Brock Bowers. Our QB2 is injured with JJ McCarthy. There's a very real chance that you should be looking to pivot to a rebuild. I'm not going to tell you that you need to do this right now, but I would strongly advocate for you to go ahead, hold on to that 2026 first that you have, just in case you do need to pivot over to a rebuild, so you have that flexibility. And then if you were to pivot over to a rebuild, the thing is, it would be stupid simple. It's not like you're having to sell many players. I'm essentially just wanting to sell any non-rookie running backs. So like I'd probably throw Bucky Irving on the trade block. Wide receiver, all your guys are young enough that we don't have to do much with. But yeah, if you were to pivot to a rebuild, I probably would want to sell Bucky Irving. That way we could just guarantee that we get an early pick. Because if we have Bucky on the team, we're probably going to be winning some games later in the year. But we'll see what happens this week. If you win, then honestly, I think we can just continue to go through and keep sending out this starting lineup, because realistically, this is a very good team. So I think that you're in a spot in which you could just continue to win games here. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. I'm trying to think if there's anything else now, but like it's just tough because I look at your team. Your team's super strong. If this was a rebuilding team, I'd be really. I'm sorry. If this was a redraft team, I'd be really excited about it. But it's like an 0-4 dynasty team where we would typically say that we want to pivot over to a rebuild. But let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. But again, you win this week, continue down this path. You lose this week, I'd probably sell Bucky. I'd probably sell all our quarterbacks as well to make sure that we put ourselves in a position in which, I probably would sell Jalen Hurts on a rebuilding team. If you could sell Jalen Hurts for like 3 future first, it'd put you in a really nice spot in that you could just kind of guarantee that you start losing some of these games. But let me make sure we can pivot over to the quicker questions. We'll probably go back to the team reviews at some point in this live stream, but we really need to make sure that we are getting these quick questions answered before kickoff. And it looks like there aren't many of them. But of course, if y'all wanted to get free questions for this stream, looks like we just hit 400 likes, so we're sending out some more in the chat. All you got to do to qualify will be drop a like on this live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And I would strongly encourage you or beg you to drop that like, because Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. Now, I will say we're not going to have a lot of people out of this one because there is the London game, but I would hope that you can sit here. We're going to commentate with the London game. And also, because there'll be fewer people, you're going to be a lot more likely to get your question answered anyway. So let's go through and let's send out a free questions to somebody in the chats. And we actually got a report from Shefty. Says, Raiders tight end Brock Bowers has been playing through a PCL injury and bone bruise on his knee that has impacted his performance. Doctors have said the only way to recover from knee injury he suffered on opening day versus the Patriots is to rest, which Bowers has been unwilling to do. So looks like Bowers is going to be resting now, though, sadly. Now, let's go ahead and let's send out this free question. And I will remind y'all as well, as we always do, that if y'all wanted to get guaranteed free questions for these streams, you could always do so by taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting the best offer that they've ever had, which is going to be you play $5 and get $100 added to your account with promo code FLOCK. And then on top of that, you'll get a free Drake May pick, higher, lower, half a total yard. I have been with Underdog. They've been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years. This is by far and away the best offer that they've ever had. And you'll get free questions on the stream. And it's the best way that you can support us live streaming every single day until Christmas. And Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every state. You can find that link in the description and live chat. You only have to deposit $10 with code FLOCK to get access to those free questions and all those promos. But let's send this free question out to Hawk Tua Tag. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. Do appreciate you hanging out with us here. Hawk Tua Tag, just found you and just sent you over that free start set question. And let's send this other one out to Soxer. Just found you and just sent you over a free start sit question as well. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream, my friend. Now, Pasta Bro coming through. Says, missed the team review, PPR, tight end premium. Bowers out and Pitts on bye. Well, my friend, it looks like you got a stream. I would drop Malik Washington to pick up your streaming tight end. And then I'm not changing anything with the starting lineup. You definitely leave this starting lineup as is, unless you have a different quarterback. But yeah, I will say, like, I'm not that excited to start Jackson Dart this week. I was a lot more excited about Dart last week. But now that you have no Malik Neighbors and Jackson Dart has a hamstring, it's a little bit tougher. Now, Didi Etman, here for the flex. We're going to go through and we will be playing full PPR formats. The recent comments that we have with Arizona saying they're going to ride the hot hand at running back is scaring me off just a bit of Michael Carter. So I think you can go Jerry Jeudy. Now, moving over to what we have with Manny. For the flex spot, we have Brian Thomas, Woody Marks being really the two options. I guess you could throw in Michael Carter. But for me, I'd go Brian Thomas. I know Brian Thomas has been really bad through the first 4 weeks of this year, but he's had the overall volume. And, of course, we have the sample of him at the end of last season being great. Now, Antonio here, running back. I think you go with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. And then for the flex, yeah, I definitely opt to go with the wide receiver here and I'd play Olave over Higgins. I myself am having to play T. Higgins, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not excited about it at all. Ooh, I need to make sure my own lineup's good. I think I told you all this, but I am planning on playing Stephon Diggs now over... Sorry, I'm planning on playing Stephon Diggs over Tony Pollard. And I just need to make sure that I have my lineup situated. Yeah, so I have Jerry Jeudy going in. Let me know in the chat real quick. Do y'all have any players that we need to be sweating in the London game? It looks like for me, I have Jerry Jeudy playing and my opponent doesn't have anybody. I think I'm honestly probably going to lose this week. Actually, it's close. They just have the A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts stack, so it comes down to what happens there. Somebody's got Jordan Mason, Judkins, and Jettas. Nick says, Mason, what happened to the Longhorns? Arch Manning clearly was just a media construct from the very beginning. Which, I don't blame the Mannings. Don't get me wrong. Like, Arch Manning has probably made, through the course of his time at Texas, he'll probably make $30 million in NIL. Probably be the richest. I mean, he'll probably make more money than any college football athlete of all time. So, yeah, Texas Longhorns, we cooked. Now, next, Meatloaf. Wide receiver. I'm going to go with Tet over Brian Thomas and Ladd. And then for the flex, honestly, I'm going to go Dowdle. As crazy as it sounds. But Dowdle's just going to step in and get every touch in a game that should be a nice little high-scoring one with some garbage defense. Now, too much down in the flex. We have no Lamb. We have no Swift. We have no Reed. We have no Pearsall. So it's Shakir or Michael Carter. I think Michael Carter is probably going to be the lead back here, so I would go Michael Carter. Tucker, quarterback, give me, you have no option but Bryce Young. Caleb and Lamar aren't playing this week. Running back, Brees, Achane, auto starts. Wide receiver, Puka, Quentin Johnston, Jalen Waddle. Tight end, Tyler Warren. Flex, Deebo Samuel. And then we'll also flex Rachaad White over JMO. I think Rachaad White's a very easy play with the Bucky injury. Now, John Robles coming through for the flex. Give me Quinshon Judkins here. Not too tough. Mother Flocka, always happy to see you. Running back, we're going to be going with, actually, no, you go Brees Hampton. Wide receiver, you go Jefferson, and I'm assuming we already played Adams. Tight end, you go with Zach Ertz. Bowers won't play. And then in terms of what we're doing down in the flex, it's either Xavier Worthy or Judkins. Full PPR format, I think I go with Xavier Worthy. But obviously, there's a world in which maybe you didn't play Devontae Adams, and you could take out Adams, put Worthy there, and then put Judkins in the flex. Iceberg won a bag. Do you mind muting the spam websites in the chat, or just completely hiding them from the channel? Now, Bory, quarterback, Fields stat. Give me Fields with the rushing upside in a really good game environment. And then for the flex, you're probably going to take Jordan Addison, but I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. It's not like Jordan Addison gives you any guaranteed volume whatsoever. He is going to be that boom bust option. Now, in Bruffy, running back, we're going to go with Michael Carter. Wide receiver, I think you go, if it was my team, I would go Stephon Diggs over Alec Manor. And then we have Jerry Jeudy down in the flex, which, yeah, I think we leave that as is. Calvin Ridley's playing this week. Now, Heaven says, I'm 1-3, need a dub. Come through. Appreciate you, my friend. We're going to go Daniels over Herbert. Running back, you and me are in the same boat with Barkley. Send up a prayer that he finally scores 20 points in a game. Then we're going to go ahead and we will also take Quinshon Judkins in the other running back spot. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with A.J. Brown. We're in opposite boats there. I'm rooting against A.J. Brown this week. We're playing Jawan Johnson at tight end. Then you go Rachaad White in the flex with no Bucky Irving. Now, boat fine, wide receiver. We're going to go with Sutton, and then in the flex, there aren't any compelling running backs, so we can just go with Ted McMillan. Keep it stupid simple. Now, Mother Flocka says Bowers is out, so we have to drop one for a defense. We're going to start Barkley, Hampton. Wide receiver, you start Igbuka, Worthy. Flex, you're starting Judkins. If you had to drop one of these guys for another tight end, I have him on my team. As painful as it is to admit, you'd probably drop T. Higgins. Would I be excited about this? No, but realistically, what's the alternative? I'm trying to think of what else there is. It must just be a shallow league. Obviously, I think we would hope that you can make a 2-for-1 deal so we don't have to cut a player like T. Higgins. But what's the alternative? Let me sign out, sign back in real quick just to make sure that we can keep this thing going. Okay. Okay, perfect. We are back. Let's move this back over. And yeah, and we'll refill that out for you though. Let's move over to our next one. This is Canroth. For the flex, you for sure play Rachaad White, and then I guess you have no London this week, so I'm okay playing Woody Marks here. Obviously, it's a good matchup. I know a lot of people are very excited to play Marks. I think he's somebody you can definitely get in. I don't view him as a must-start name, though. But it does look like we are about to hit 500 likes in the stream, so go down there and drop a like. Once we hit 500, we're going to be sending out some free questions in the chat. Now, Brendan, you have Malik Washington in the flex right now. I would love to get him out, but realistically, there's nobody else that we could put in. So yeah, I think you're just going to have to roll with this as is. Obviously, if we had a time machine, I would have loved to start Kendrick Bourne. End of the line, quarterback, we go Josh Allen over Fields. Running back, we're going to play Barkley and Scat. A wide receiver, we're going to go with Tet, Worthy, Shakir. Tight ends, Zach Ertz. And then in the flex, Dowdle, ETN. We're going to play ETN, but honestly, Dowdle is a very compelling start there. Now, looks like we just hit 500 likes on the stream, so let's send out some of those free questions. So again, if you want to win a free question, all you got to do is drop a like on the stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. We'll pick out some people to send free questions to. And obviously, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you always can do so by signing up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK. This is the best offer that I have ever seen Underdog have. Not only are you going to get free questions, but you will also get $100 added to your account after you play your first $5 with code FLOCK. And you will get a free Drake May gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard as well. You can find that link to Underdog Fantasy in the description and in the live chat. Underdog's available in almost every single state. They've been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years now. Y'all know that I absolutely love Underdog. Now let's move this over to our next one. Let's send out some free questions. This is going to be from Boss DH. Just found you. Just sent you over a free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream, my friend. And let's send this other one out to Jedi Master. Just found you and just sent you over a free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream as well. Now, let's see. Bone Shed. Quarterback, we have May versus Daniels. I go Daniels over May. And then for the flex, between Hawk, Mims, and Pacheco and Josh Downs, full BBR format, I'd keep Josh Downs in there. Should actually be a decent amount of points scored in Indy. Plus, you have no Alec Pierce this week. Now, Sarge, wide receiver, you're going to play the combo of Tet as well as Ladd. And in that last flex spot, it's like Dobbins or Marv. It's a full PPR format. You go Marv and hope this is one of his good weeks. Now, Revin Turats here for the flex. Full PPR format. You go Igbuka. Igbuka just a must-start name with no Evans. CMC GSME trading Swift Nico for Jonathan Taylor. You have enough wide receiver production to survive. Actually, no, you have a great wide receiver room. So, yes, I would do this. Go get JT. George says, how do I see my response if I'm not in stream? The site is going to send you, as the devs are freaking geniuses. So, you can always ask a question on the site. You can't always ask a question. When questions are open, you can send one in. And even if you're not in the live stream, you can see it. But essentially, as soon as I answer your question, you will get an email and a message through the site that will say like, hey, your question's been answered. Here's a link to view it. You'll click the link and it'll take you to the exact second that I answered your live stream in the with the customized link. So if you never asked a question on the site, don't worry. If you're not in the stream, like you'll see like a lot of team reviews we'll get were submitted like 12 hours before. So obviously they probably aren't in the live stream when I answer their question or I look at their team review, but they see it anyway. Okay. Now, Big Joe FF says 3-1, need help with my quarterback and flex in a half PPR format. QB is easy. For the love of God, if anybody here is playing Jackson Dart over Jared Goff, make sure you flip that. Play Jared Goff. Should be the highest scoring offense in the league this week. And then for the flex, you play Jordan Mason. You get the guaranteed opportunities. Now, Spain Ups has traded Pittman for Rice. Then Ricky and Tyreek got injured. Digging at the bottom of the barrel at wide receiver. This is, you didn't, like, I don't see your actual team here, my friend. I'm going to send you over a free start sit question so you can resubmit this. But I'm sorry to hear, obviously, about the injuries. Now, Big Band's quarterback, give me Jaden Daniels over Daniel Jones. And then for the flex, we are going to go ahead. We're going to play Rachaad White. Like, over Kenneth Walker, over Godwin. Like, I don't have much hesitation with Rachaad White. Boble says, with Taysom and Foster back, do we drop Juwan for Mason Taylor rest of season? I did move Juwan Johnson down our rest of season rankings dramatically, but I still do have him ahead of Mason Taylor. Now, Jazak says, half PPR, not sure who to throw in the flex. Wide receiver, you're going to play Tet. And then for the flex, I guess it's Jordan Mason, Woody Marks, Quentin Johnston. Most people here would tell you go ahead and you play the big Q. You know, I'm rooting for Quentin Johnston. There's not a single player that I'd be rooting for more than the guy that I built my entire season around, was allowing people to ridicule me for all offseason, making him my most drafted player in underdog drafts at a cost of like wide receiver 79. And he's a top 10 wide receiver in fantasy at the moment. But with that in mind, if it was my team, I would always take the running back that just gives you the guaranteed opportunities. Well, I would love to tell you, let's go ahead. Let's just continue to jam in Quentin Johnston, expecting that this is always going to last. It may be tough for me. I think I may rather just go ahead, play Jordan Mason. Now, our next question is going to be Average Joe. Here, running back, we have Brees as an auto start, and I'm going to play Genty here as well. And then down in the flex, I'll play Quinshon Judkins. Rachaad White's super compelling, though. Like, wouldn't fault you at all for playing Rachaad White. But I definitely think you're playing 3 running backs. Just comes down to which one of those players do you bench. Okay. Now, Caden K. I'm assuming we need to start 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. Quarterback, we're going to go May. The 2 running backs are playing we're playing Barkley in Hampton. Wide receiver, we're playing Jefferson Nico. Tight end, we're going Jake Ferg. Actually, no, we're going to go Tyler Warren over Jake Ferg with the big play upside. And then for the flex, you're going to go with Igbuka. Okay. Now, our next question is from Nick. Says, had Puka Thursday, bad matchup, and offensive line for Jordan Mason. Do we drop Juwan for Mason Taylor? I wouldn't. I'd still roll with Mason Taylor. Wide receiver, you play Chase and Igbuka. Running back, you play Hampton and Jordan Mason. Tight end, you're playing Juwan. And then in the flex, we're going to go with, like, assuming that we need to actually start 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers in a flex, I would assume we play Hampton, Jordan Mason, then Chase, Igbuka, and then in the flex, like Tet McMillan. But maybe if I'm misunderstanding this and we need to just fill it out as you submitted, I would play Igbuka over Jordan Mason at this point. But I would still say, like, Jordan Mason's a completely fine start. Do not stress too much about it. You're going to get the guaranteed opportunities. Now, Isaiah, quarterback, we're trading Lamar down tiering to Mahomes. We're up tiering from Hampton to Gibbs. That's a super flex league. Actually, I don't know if that's true or not. Looking at this, I would say if you are a team with a losing record and you need points right now, then sure, go and get Gibbs and Mahomes. But obviously, I would much prefer Lamar over Mahomes still rest of season. Now, headshot here for the flex. If we were to get somebody in, Jordan Addison would be the best name for the bench, but we're not changing any of that here. Now, JVS, quarterback between Daniels and Milroe. Give me Daniels. And then in the flex down here at the bottom, our best option on the bench currently, obviously the Pearsall injury is hurting. The Trey Benson injury is hurting. Spears going to have a better role than usual, but like, am I sitting here saying that we need to start Tajee Spears? I would honestly just flex Dalton Kincaid. Like, Adonai Mitchell would be interesting, but after last week, they are saying that you're actually going to have Ashton Doolin with an expanded role as the wide receiver 3 in Indianapolis rather than Adonai. Now, smoking beef here at wide receiver. You play Chase Pickens as auto starts. Tight end, give me Laporta over Kincaid. And then for the flex, we're going to go with Ashton Genty. Now, Tony, Jalen Warren, Rashad White, Rome Odunze versus Trev, Jefferson, Matthew Golden. Rome to Jefferson upgrade. White to Henderson upgrade. Warren to Golden down tier. I would do this deal, especially if you can think long term. Now, Cam says currently 0-4. JC and Kamara are screwing me. Thanks, Mason. Appreciate you, my friend. Here at wide receiver, I'm still going to play Jamar Chase over Sutton. I'm sorry. And then down in the flex, you're probably playing Quinshon Judkins, just the running back with the guaranteed opportunities. But yeah, I think most people in the chat would tell you to play Cortland Sutton over Jamar Chase, but again, this should be one of the highest scoring games in the league this year, if not the highest scoring. Now, Lance Former sent this free question out earlier in the stream, and it's a gross one. We got to figure out, are we playing Isaiah Bond or Kendre Miller? Or Harold Fannin. Honestly, I'd play Fannin. I know we never want to tell you to flex a tight end, but I think that's one of the very few instances which we can, which obviously Fannin's usage may go up with the Cedric Tillman injury. Now, 401 here down. I'm assuming you maybe just need to pick one flex, or like two running backs, two receivers, and a flex. Give me Dowdle and Rashad White. Give me Wilson in the big Q, and then give me Deebo Samuel in the flex. I know Woody Marks is an interesting play, but I don't think he's a must-start name. Gabagool, here we need that last flex spot. I'm going to be going ahead. I'm going to be taking Jordan Mason over Jerry Jeudy and T. Higgins. Okay, let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions to get through. Now, this is Profits Profit. Running back, give me the combo of Gibbs and I'm going to go White over Kamara, to be honest. Wide receiver, let's go Deebo and Tet. Tight end, give me Tyler Warren. And then there in the flex, we're going to go Kamara. So really, it doesn't matter what we play there. Now, Clavius' opponent had CMC and Kyron already. So looking for the ceiling. Who would you drop for a tight end? Thanks as always. So yeah, if you really need the ceiling, we're going to go Daniels. Running back, we would go with Rashad White. Wide receiver, Pickens. Tight ends, we need to drop somebody so we don't have to play Bowers. If Trey Benson's on your IR, obviously you can't drop him. But if he's not on your IR, I would drop Benson. And then if that's not an option for us, I guess we drop Rico Dowdle just because the long-term option. And then looking for the ceiling play, it would be Tat. But two blueberries trading Ramadre, Jordan Mason, and George Pickens for Barkley and Pittman. I would 100% do this. I think Barkley is in a completely different tier than any of these other names rest of season. Berg says, loving the streams, fighting with the second flex. Appreciate you, my friend, and excited to check this out for you. So here it's Dowdle versus Woody Marks, essentially. I would go with Rico Dowdle for sure. Like, you still have had Nick Chubb getting about 15 opportunities every single week this season. Mitigated Frame says, non-PPR 10-team league, what are we thinking? You go Judkins here at running back, wide receiver. You're going to be trying to chase the touchdowns. Probably going to be playing Tet and Ladd. And if you needed a flex, we'd go Jordan Mason. I'll play Jordan Mason over Ladd as well, especially in a non-PPR format. Now, breaking Sydney here at running back, give me Genty over Kamara. And then in the flex, give me Tet over Kamara as well. Now, Tricky Dick here at running back, give me Quinshon Judkins. And then for the flex between Dowdle and Tet, full PPR format, I think you can go Tet, but it is really close between the two players. Now, Hawk Tua for tight end, I'm going to be going with Juwan Johnson over Noah Fant. And then here for the flex spot, actually, you probably go Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt over Troy Franklin, but Franklin's had guaranteed target volume essentially. Now, Camden says, need help with the flex in RB2. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Looking at running back 2, I think you're going to go ahead. You're going to take Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. And then for the flex, I hope that we have a wide receiver. Full PPR format, I think you can go Keon Coleman and really hope that it turns out to be a shootout. Now, Jay Panda here at running back, we're going to go with the combo of Hampton, Kyron. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Egbuka and Jamar. Tight ends, give me Tyler Warren over Ferg. And then for the flex, I guess I would go Cortland Sutton over Quentin Johnston. But I hope I'm wrong. Again, you know there's no player I'm rooting for more than the big Q. Now, this looks like Darcy. Quarterback, give me Mahomes. Running back, give me Gibbs and Hampton. Wide receiver, give me A.J. Brown, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy. Tight end, we're going to go with Kyle Pitts over Gads. Actually, no, I guess you have to play Gadsden with Pitts on bye. And then for the flex, we're going to go with Devonta Smith. And for me, I'm very much rooting against A.J. Brown this week. I have to play against him. So hopefully A.J. Brown does nothing for both you and me. Now, got there. Looks like we need a flex. I'd be surprised if we actually just needed a flex. I'm assuming you need 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers in a flex. And in that case, you play Kyron Hampton at running back, wide receiver. We go with Tet, Pickens. And then for the flex, you probably play Judkins. Assuming that's how you intended to fill this out. Now, Pauly Cincy. Here I'm playing Jamar Chase. I am not overthinking. I'm playing Chase over the big Q. I'm playing Chase over Tet McMillan. Again, should be the highest scoring game of the week. Tight ends, give me Britton Strange here for Soxer. We're going to go with A.J. Brown and Deebo Samuel for our 2 flex spots. Actually, you can go Rachaad White over A.J. Brown and just get the guaranteed opportunities. I think A.J. Brown gives you a higher ceiling, but Rachaad White gives you a higher floor. Now, Indruby says, the injuries in bye week got me. Need a miracle play at the flex spot. What should we do? With no Pearsall, no Moore, no London, no Hubbard. I would play Ramadre. Ramadre is still seeing the majority of the work in New England, even if I want it to be Trevion Henderson. That just simply hasn't been the case so far. Now, running back here for Jersey, give me Judkins. Wide receiver, give me Brian Thomas. Tight ends, we're going to go Ertz. And then for the flex spots, you take the guaranteed opportunities with Scat and Dowdle. Now, the Notorious One says, should we do this trade? Not sure if my team needs it. Judkins to Sutton lateral move. Josh Allen to Barkley upgrade. I would say in a vacuum, probably wide receiver. You could use another wide receiver. So honestly, I probably would make this deal. But it comes down to with how you are going to be valuing Quinshon Judkins in comparison to Saquon Barkley, because so far of the past 2 weeks, the difference hasn't been massive. Now, Boss DH with our next one. Here for the flex, give me Egbuka. Egbuka, I hope the big Q outscores him. Don't get me wrong. I didn't draft a ton of Igbokwe this year, and obviously we drafted a ridiculous amount of the big Q. But realistically speaking, it is a tough spot for me to say, like, yeah, go ahead and bench Igbokwe, knowing that you have no Mike Evans, that you're going to get a guaranteed amount of volume. Z Leon says, injuries have shook me. I'm 0-4. A running back, you go with Rachaad White. Wide receiver, you're going to be going with Olave. And then I would play Jordan Mason in the flex over Jordan Addison and Elikeo Manor. The Dog Pond says, I traded Olave for White. Not sure about tight end flex this week. Feel like we could have better wide receiver depth. Tight end, I'd go Kelsey. And then looking at down on the bench. Yeah, why did we sell? Like, if you're not going to play Rachaad White, why the hell did you trade for him? You really didn't need White. And obviously, White doesn't give you... I don't like that trade, my guy. I mean, I'm not changing anything with the starting lineup here. And, like, I would have understood, like, if you had Bucky Irving and you really needed a running back, going and making that trade for Rachaad White for the short-term fill-in. But you didn't need the short-term fill-in. Memphis Bear... Probably going to go Jordan Addison in the... Actually, you can go Michael Carter. Michael Carter, Jordan Addison's going to be up to you. I am getting scared off of Michael Carter given the reports coming out of Arizona. Here for Phoenix Lance, for this flex spot, you're going to go ahead and you're going to play, most likely, you're going to play Michael Carter over Troy Franklin, though. Now, Starvin Marvin says, I'm 2-2. Would you trade Chase for Rome? I had Chase ranked wide receiver 9. Rest of season, I have Rome ranked wide receiver 8. So, yes, I would, but it's honestly a personal preference. Phoenix Land says, my weekly 0.2 point per carry, happy PR question for you. Always happy to see you, my guy. Wide receiver, we're going to go Igbokwe, Sutton, and then obviously I'd love to play a running back here in the flex. But our options like Trevion Henderson versus Brian Thomas. So realistically, even though I'd love to get the running back in, I don't necessarily think we can. I think you play Brian Thomas. Now let's move over to our next batch of questions. This is Spain Hub. Here, our best option on the bench right now is Michael Carter. I would play Michael Carter over Troy Franklin personally. Jedi Master, here, our best option on the bench at the moment is Jordan Addison. I would play Jordan Addison over Ricky Pearsall. I'm sorry, I'd play Jordan Addison over RG Harvey myself. And then I would also play Goddard over Mason Taylor, right? Did we have Goddard on the bench? Yeah, play Goddard over Mason Taylor. Nate Doggy here for the 2 flex spots. We have David Montgomery in a really good matchup. And then also I think you're going to go ahead and probably play Stephon Diggs or Jerry Jeudy. It's going to be up to you. For me, I like the game environment that Diggs should be in, though. But I'm having to play both of these guys this week. But I would play David Montgomery over them if I had the option, just given the fact that you have that really good matchup. But the game is starting, so I'm going to pull up this game on my phone. And obviously, we'll be commentating over the game. And because some of y'all are going to leave us, sadly, which I absolutely hate, I will say it's going to be very easy to get free questions in this live stream during the game because I'm going to have to keep answering questions. We're not going to have many of them, so we're going to be sending out a ton of free questions in the chat. So if you want to set up this live stream on another device while you watch the game, I would appreciate it. And I would be happy to go through and send out as many free questions as possible because I'm going to be live for another 3.5 hours. Y'all can tell I only have 5 more start sit questions loaded up on the site. So they're going to be, I'm going to spend the next like 3 hours essentially giving out free questions. Now, Tony says, I'm dumb and selected the wrong players last time. Here we are trading Judkins, Warren, Rome for Hendo, Golden, and Jefferson. Rome to Jefferson upgrade. Judkins to Henderson downgrade. Warren to Golden downgrade. Running back, we'd be starting Jacobs, Rachaad White. Actually, no, I don't do this. I think, honestly, your running back depth isn't strong enough where you probably have to hold on to Quentin Sean Judkins here. Now, Nick says, sorry I messed up earlier. I don't know how we messed up, but we're going to start Achane Hampton at running back. Wide receivers start Chase and Igbokwe. And then for the flex, I'm assuming we're looking between Jordan Mason and Tet McMillan. Full PBR format, you'll go Tet McMillan. Now, Mums de Word says, not sure who to start. Running back, we're going to go ahead. We will play Sharbs over Miller. And then for the flex, I will play Trey Tucker over Shaheed. The Narwhal here at running back, we're going to go with Judkins, Kenneth Walker, JSN, Pickens at wide receiver, tight end Mason Taylor, and then in the flex, you go with Ted McMillan. Woody Marks is a nice upside shot, but Woody Marks is not a must-start player just yet. All right, so here's what we want in this game. We want Jerry Jeudy to come through in a big-time way with us. Caesar, I'm going to play Cortland Sutton over the big Q. And then for the flex, I'm going to play, half PBR format, I'm going to play Dowdle. Like, I really hope we're wrong. I really hope Quentin Johnston balls, but I think I'm going to take Dowdle there. Okay. God, Quinshon Judkins looks good. Now, Glass, running back, we have Dowdle and Scat probably, actually, God dang, this is tough. Wide receiver, you go Chase, Sutton, Brian Thomas. And then for the flex, okay, cool. We're able to get Rashad White in. So you definitely play the 3 running backs stepping into opportunities. Now, Acer Fantasy stuck at quarterback. Rest team's probably fine. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my guy. I would go Justin Fields over Justin Herbert this week. Really strong matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. And obviously you have the rushing upside. Now here, I'm going to skip back 15 seconds. I know some of y'all may be illegally streaming the game. I'm scared to get a virus, so I'm the idiot that pays YouTube TV, so I have it like up to the very second that it's happening. So I'll skip back 15 seconds so I don't spoil anything for y'all, just in case I'm ahead of y'all with the game. Here for the 2 flex spots, you're going to be playing Quentin Johnston and Ashton Genty, and I think it's easy. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, so we are all caught up on questions. So let's go ahead. Let's send out some free questions in the live chat so we can keep the questions rolling. Again, to get those free questions, all you got to do is, to qualify for them, drop a like on this live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some free questions to people in the chat. And on top of that, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you can always do so by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy. Again, I have been with Underdog Fantasy for 5 years, and this is by far and away the best offer that I've ever seen them do. And that's after you use promo code FLOCK and play your first $5. You are going to be getting $100 added to your accounts. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free Drake May pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for tonight's game. And with that as well, you'll get free questions for these live streams. And I'm live streaming answering fantasy football questions every single day until Christmas. So I'll be super happy to answer as many of them as I can for you. But let's send this free question over to the dog. See if I can find you on the site, my friends. I cannot. I don't know if you use code FLOCK. If you didn't, you can add that to your account page. I can only find you if you use code FLOCK. Let's send this over to Mystery Girl. And just found you. Just sent you over that free start set question. Really appreciate you always hanging out with us in the live stream. And let's send this other one out to Johnny Mouth. Okay. Just sent that over to you. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream as well. Okay, let's refresh, see if we have any more of the quick questions. And if not, what we can do is we can go ahead and get back and answer. God dang it. I am so dumb. God, I'm dumb. Ugh. Okay. If we answer any team reviews, we are going to have to manually tell the people what time that I looked at their team. Here's what we can do real quick. If you got a roster review on the site and you wanted me to look at your team and you are in this live chat right now, please let me know your username and I'd be happy to pull up your team and take a look at it. Jordan Mason getting the carry. But yeah, I accidentally hit in stream mode. So now if I look at, say, a team like Bitter Hornet that was submitted 7 hours ago, he's not going to get the accurate timestamp to where his team was. So we are going to have to... We're going to have to just essentially answer questions only for the people that are actually in the stream. TJ Hawkinson now balling when he's on my bench. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding? Okay. But yeah, like I said, if you have a question currently on the site, let me know and we'll go ahead and get to that so I know that you're actually able to see it live. Fardad says restart the stream. It's not worth restarting the stream on YouTube. We'll just get to those team reviews later. We'll just answer a bunch of free questions. Jefferson Ballin. Johnny says, I had a team review here. Johnny Mouth in the chat. Perfect. We'll go ahead and we'll get to that. But first we need to answer this starts a question from P. Mason. Here, wide receiver, we're going to play Jacoby Myers with no Bowers. Tight end, give me Laporta over Ertz. And then in the flex, full BBR format, you probably play Brian Thomas. Okay. So let's go back over to team reviews. So we got Johnny Mouth and South Philly Josh are two teams that we can look at with people here. Perfect. Thank you. Johnny Mouth, see you here. Excited to check this out. Again, I'm sorry that the link maybe will take you to the exact time that we looked at this, but happy to look at this. Says, I have good wide receiver depth, but need better running back depth. I love Big Penix guy, refuses to trade anyone, so he's a dud. Who else could I go after and give? And also, am I starting Dart or Geno this week? I would actually, now that you have no Bowers, probably go ahead and play Dart. I'm not super excited about it. Reason being is you have no Neighbors and he's dealing with the hamstring injury, so I think the rushing upside is going to be a little bit muted. But we are Anakin Dartwalker. We are currently 7th in this league analyzer. We are 3-1. We are 4th in this league in points scored. Now, actually, can you please confirm for me here, Johnny? I'm assuming this is a league in which you don't need to start a tight end. I'm assuming your tight end spot is a wide receiver tight end flex. And Jordan Mason just fumbled. So honestly, maybe this is an RIP to Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason fumbled. Ugh, that is going to be a tough spot. But so assuming that we don't have to start at tight ends, the setup is going to be, I'm assuming we're pretty much banking on starting 4 wide receivers a week. Now, looking at what we have when it comes to QB, yeah, really it's just Jackson Dart or Geno Smith that we could consider this week. I would probably go ahead. I'd probably play Jackson Dart. Running back, we have Breece, Michael Carter, Dowdle, and then Ollie Gordon. So for me, I would say that we are so strong at wide receiver and so weak at running back. Now, thank God we were able to pick up Michael Carter and Rico Dowdle, really saving our running back room here in the short term. So what I would probably look to do is, if possible, I would just continue to try to hit on the next Rico Dowdle, hit on the next Michael Carter. So looking at names on the waiver wire that are an injury away from turning into that, like Tyrone Tracy, realistically has a path where 2 weeks from now, he's the starting running back for the Giants. Is it likely? No. Is it possible? Yes. So I would actually say that's more likely. It's more likely that Tyrone Tracy hits your starting lineup this season than it is for Malik Washington. But realistically, I don't know. So I would cut Malik Washington. I don't see the path for him ever to be somebody that you're excited to get in your lineup. Then going over and looking at what we have when it comes to the top end wide receivers. You have Nico, Tet, Egbuka, Myers, Pearsall, Elliott. I mean, you're like 6 startable wide receivers. It's a league where wide receiver depth matters. Again, it's a league in which we can start 4 of these receivers weekly. So I really do like holding on to the depth. And I would prefer not selling it. And yeah, I mean, I think it's just much easier to say, the thing that you want to be optimizing for will be running backs down on the bench rather than wide receivers at the very bottom. I don't want to be selling wide receivers for running backs because we have enough at running back right now. We're very confident that we are able to go through and we are able to start Rico Dowdle in the short term, and maybe Michael Carter ends up being the starting running back for the Arizona Cardinals. So I like your team with your league settings. I think you can honestly kind of ignore the league analyzer. The reason being is it's just not giving you value at tight end, but tight end doesn't matter at all here. So I just want to be rostering more running backs than we are wide receivers at this point. I would also consider dropping Geno Smith. Like if you could drop Geno and Malik Washington and pick up 2 handcuff running backs like Tyrone Tracy and Ray Davis, I think that'd be very interesting. And then just hope that we can hit on the next Rico Dowdle, or maybe hope that Michael Carter does turn into somebody that we can confidently start. Who is that target to? Is that to Judy? No, it's to Isaiah Bond. Freaking throw the ball to Judy, please, for the love of God. Let's get a Jerry Judy touchdown. And Quinshawn Judkins looking phenomenal at this point. But yeah, I wish I had trades for you, my guy, but I would cut Geno, cut Malik Washington, pick up 2 handcuff running backs, because I think you've already put yourself in a very good position hitting on Dowdle off waivers. And now we just need to try to hit on the next Rico Dowdle so we can continue to backfill RB2 and then hopefully eventually get a running back 2 that we can be excited about playing every week. Come on, Browns, go for it. 4th and 1, go for it, please. But I'm going to send you over a bunch of free questions, Johnny, and I know you're in the chat as well. So are there any specific questions that you have? I know like the thought process that you wanted was maybe to like try to sell Egbuka for a running back, but because it's a league in which we're planning on starting 4 wide receivers, you sell one of these wide receivers just to get yourself a more comfortable running back too. Then you're putting yourself in a position in which like you do all of a sudden just have a hole at the flex rather than a hole at running back. So I'd rather not do that. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And I'm just waiting for Johnny to let us know in the chat if he has anything specific, because we got time. We don't need his stress. I'm sitting here watching the game, having some fun. And okay. And here's what I'm going to do as well. And John, thank you so much for taking it. Care of the spammers for us. Come on, Judy. No Judkins rush. No Judkins rush. Is that not Judkins in the game? What, you put freaking Jerome Ford in the game at the goal line? Get Jerome Ford out of there at least. No Mass says, how does the $100 bonus come through Underdog? It will just get added to your account after you play your first $5. So you don't get the $100 as soon as you deposit $10. But what you'll get is like, so say you go through and who is that? Harold Fannin. Fannin TD sucks for us. I had Jerry Jeudy. God, Jerry Jeudy, do something, please. And I don't even have freaking Harold Fannin on any underdog teams. I thought the Harold Fannin hype was out of control in the offseason, but clearly shows how little I know. But anyway, if you go and take advantage of that offer on Underdog, after you play your first $5 with promo code FLOCK, you'll get the $100 added to your account afterwards. But it's not going to be immediately when you deposit on Underdog. It will be after you play your first 5. And also in terms of you getting the free Drake May pick, I think this should be immediate. So after you sign up with Underdog with code FLOCK, you'll get the free Drake May pick, higher or lower half a total yard right away. But the $100 bonus will be after you play your first 5. And then the free question vouchers that you'll get for these live streams will come the following day. So what will happen is Underdog sends me the list of email addresses that signed up with code FLOCK every morning. I go ahead, I upload those on flockfantasy.com, and then we credit those accounts with matching email addresses with free questions, which I'm going to do that right now for yesterday's. I've been kind of doing that over the past 5 minutes. I downloaded all those emails now. Let me go over. I'll show y'all how this works. Hit Flock users, hit upload CSV. So I'm going to go ahead. I will drag this CSV in. I will hit send a free trade question, send a free start sit question, create those vouchers. So if you signed up with code FLOCK yesterday on Underdog Fantasy, you should now have those free questions locked into your account as well for the site. But Lance Fox says, let's go Fannin. You just told me to flex Fannin like 20 minutes ago. LOL, glad I did. Well, my friend, it wasn't because we were confident in Fannin. It was more so because your options on your team were gross, but I'm happy it worked out regardless. But we're going to mark this complete for Johnny Mouth. And then we are going to go through and we're going to see if we had any more quick questions come in. And I want to remind y'all, I accidentally messed up the stream link on the site. So I'm not getting to any of the team reviews unless people are actually in the chats. So if you're in the chat and you submitted a roster review on the site and you want me to take a look at it, please let me know your username. That way I can look at it right now because I know you'll see it. Typically, we have the system where the site sends it out automatically, but I messed that up today, so we're only doing it in person. GoPro dude says, look at the projections. Lawrence, CJ, Tuitt, Young, 0.2 PPR, Smith, and Dowdle. I'd go with Dowdle here, and then Lawrence, Stroud, Tuitt, and Young. I'm probably going to be going with Lawrence. Probably have to be throwing the ball here a bit. Okay. South Philly Josh, I'm going to be getting to your team review next, but real quick, I'm about to pee myself, so give me 1 second. Okay, so we are back, and let's check these trades out real quick. This is Kyron and Wandale for Jacobs. I'd still rather have Jacobs over Kyron rest of season. I know Wandale does hold some value considering the depth of this league, but I'd probably make this deal for Jacobs, especially because I'm assuming we make this trade after this week. And if that happens, you're going to get an extra game out of Jacobs in comparison to Kyron rest of season. Now, Pat's TB12 says, any trade advice or waiver wire pivots? I can't see the waiver wire or the other teams in your league with the start set question. I will say wide receiver this week, we're for sure playing Brian Thomas for sure. You don't have a lot of wide receiver depth. Okay. Mr. Pimp Slap, wide receiver Sutton versus Keenan. I would go Sutton over Keenan Allen. Aiden says, whole lot of mid on the squad, Debo or Rico for the flex. I'm assuming you meaning that you're going to go ETN. Between Debo and Rico Dowdle, Debo gives you the ceiling, Rico Dowdle gives you the floor. If it wasn't for the facts, oh yeah, Jordan Mason just got pulled with the fumble. Let me see. Oh, dear God. Jordan Mason just lost his job with the fumble. Ugh. Now, Rolston says, torn on if I make this trade for the long term. 100% you do. Like, I understand Igbuka's very exciting both in redraft and dynasty, but come on, man. Dobbins is a 0 this offseason in dynasty. You get Jefferson for sure. Bobbleheads, tight ends, we have no options here. And then if we were looking at the bench, the best name to get in would be Chase Brown, which I'm dumb enough where I would go ahead. I would trade Chase. I would start Chase Brown over Woody Marks if I were you, but most people would disagree with that. Now, Smokey, running back, we're going to go Achane and JCM. Wide receiver, let's go George Pickens. Tight ends, we're going to go Zach Ertz over Andrews. And then for the 2 flex spots, you're going to play the combo of Devonta Smith and probably Hollywood Brown in a full PPR format. I'm not that excited about Dermicado. Hopefully he proves us wrong. Now, let's see. Marion trading Montgomery, ETN. I'm sorry, we're figuring out who to start here. I would rank these guys White 1, ETN 2, Montgomery 3. Marion, Flowers, or Godwin. Ooh, really, really tough spot. I think that this is honestly a personal preference for you. Smokey, running back, give me Kenneth Walker over Marks and Carter. Wide receiver, give me Igbuka over Lad Flowers. Give me Hunter Henry over Jawan. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with Lad McConkey. Okay, so let's move over to the team reviews. Like I said, we can only get to the team reviews that they're just force-feeding Jefferson again, finally. We can only get to the team reviews for the people that are actually in here because I accidentally messed up the stream mode on the site. We got South Philly Josh, who is in here, so we can check out this team now. Let's see. Steve says, why don't you wear your fancy suit anymore? I still wear it in videos. It's easier for me to wear it in a 20-minute video than a 5-hour live stream. Says, my entire team is hurt. Maybe you should trade me a healthy player this week, bro. Appreciate you and excited to check this out, my friend. Okay. This is ladies and gentlemen. We are second in the league analyzer in value. It is a super flex league, and we are highly incentivized to try to win right now. And here's the crappy thing about this. This is a league where we do not have our own 2026 picks. So we are highly incentivized. And I mean highly incentivized to try to win right now. We have the Lamar injury. We have the Lamb injury. We have the Kittle injury. We have Jacobs on bye. We have Reed injured. We have Tyreek injured. This is the risk with trading our picks. I would right now offer Lamar Jackson for Jaden Daniels. Again, we need to try to win this year if we can. Oh, dear God. You don't need, like, I think what you're going to end up having to do with this team, which absolutely sucks, is I think you're going to eventually actually have to sell Ashton Genty and down tier. I think you're going to have to sell CeeDee Lamb and down tier. One of those moves. Ooh, touchdown Vikings. That's not TJ Hawkinson. Is that Josh Oliver? Yes, that's Josh Oliver. So I have TJ Hawkinson on my bench, so I'm not going to sit here and cry about it. If Hawkinson was in my lineup, I would be crying. But who's the running back there? Who's number 31? Oh, that's Cam Akers. Oh, no way. Cam Akers was a Wildcat quarterback in high school, I'm pretty sure. Let me pull that up to make sure if I'm correct, but I think Cam Akers was a Wildcat quarterback in high school, a 5-star prospect going to Florida State. Let me see if I'm wrong. Cam Akers, high school. Let's look up Cam Akers 247. Yeah, coming out of Los Angeles. No, never mind. It says he was a running back. I thought Cam Akers was a Wildcat quarterback in high school. Am I making this up? No, yeah, Cam Akers had 8,000 yards passing in high school. Also 5,000 yards rushing, so he was a Wildcat quarterback. 5-star prospect, top, like one of the top players in the country. And yeah, gotta flex with the ball knowledge. Everything has changed. Cam Akers is now a top 12 running back. But anyway, going back to this, my guy, I think that you have to find a team that's rebuilding, and you maybe have to try to send them and make that down tier and just get additional starters because it's a start 11 format. We need to be winning right now. We also had the Mixon injury. So who are we starting this week? We have Love and Darnold in the lineup. Running back, we have Genty, JCM, Pollard. So we're up to 5 starters. We have Theo Johnson as our 6th. We need to move Theo Johnson up dramatically. Then we have Olave. You need like 4 starters on this. I have no idea who you're starting. So you need to go through and you just need to have an overhaul of our bench. And obviously, if you could pivot from like Tyreek Hill to go and get contending assets like Deebo Samuel, if a rebuilding team thinks that Tyreek Hill has long-term value, like 100%, we're going to make that move just so you can start filling out this starting lineup. Because realistically, if you were in a spot in which you had your own 2026 picks, you'd want to pivot over to a rebuild. But I would just start trying to offload any of these names that have perceived long-term value to get starters in right now. Or honestly, I know our league's very deep, so you may just end up having to trade for depth by sending off the long-term piece of, the top-end stud of Lamb, the top-end stud of Ashton Genty. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I can send you over some free questions. I appreciate you sticking with me for so damn long now. And absolutely brutal to see how many injuries your team's had. Now, let's mark this complete. Let's go back over, see if we have any of the quick questions. And again, let me know if you are in this live stream and you have any pending team reviews. I'll go ahead and look at yours right now. Again, I kind of messed it up on the site, so I can only look at questions from people that are actually in here. Third in Renfro, I'll check that out for you. I like the profile pic. That's funny. Honeybee says, not sure who to start sit. We need some help. Running back, you go Brees and Chase Brown. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Myers and Puka. Tight end, we go Strange. And then in the flex, I would have told you to play Jordan Mason. Hopefully you didn't play him. And instead, if you still need another option, I'd go with Chris Olave over Godwin and Devonta Smith. Now, Dustin Drips has made this trade along with the T. Higgins for A.J. Brown and ETN and DK Metcalf for Jaden Daniels. What are your thoughts? So Kyron to Chase, slight downgrade. Ferg to Bowers, upgrade. You're paying Jordan Addison. Here's the thing, 8-team league, like you're okay making this deal. I definitely like the other trades better, but it all's going to come down to when do we get Bowers back, and then is Bowers 100%. But 8-team league, obviously, is just kind of about getting the best player in it. Come on, Jerry Jeudy. Okay, at least it's a first down. But can we get Jerry Jeudy involved for the love of God? Like, is Jerry Jeudy out there? Now, Rich Pedro for the flex. Rico Dowell, Rashad White are both very compelling plays. Full PBR format, I go White because I think that. Okay, who's out there? I think that is Jerry Jeudy standing alone in one wide receiver sets. Doesn't help if it's a Quinshon Judkins. Oh, there's a flag. Is that going to hold up? Quinshon Judkins, big TD. Looks like they're not celebrating too hard. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be getting called back. What is it? I guess I can turn the audio on. Y'all not going to be able to hear it. Yeah. Holding. Gets called back. Oh, there are 2 holding calls. The Bitter Hornet trading Spears, Chase Brown for Brian Thomas. I'm fine doing this if you need a wide receiver. Okay, now let's move back over to the team reviews. I think we had the third and Renfro team. And okay, I'm sorry. I will rewind. I thought I had rewinded 15 seconds, so I wasn't ahead of anybody, but we rewinded again. See if we can find third and Renfro. Third and Renfro just got you, my guy, and excited to check this out. Now, before we dive into his team, let me go ahead and send out some free questions in the chat. Harvick, yeah, if you submit a start sit question, it'll get answered immediately. But let me send out some free questions in the live chat. We're going to be sending out a ton of free questions up until kickoff. As y'all can tell, we do not have many start sit questions that we can be answering at the moment. I think we're caught up in all of them. So just if you want those free questions, all you got to do is drop a like on this live stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chats. And then also, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you can do so by taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will actually get $100 added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, you'll be actually getting a free Drake May gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for tonight's game. And is there anything else to say with that? No, Underdog's available in almost every single state. They've been with me as my only sponsor for 5 years now. And they are, this is by far and away the best offer that they've ever had. Now let's move over and let's get back to sending out some free questions. Let's send this to Mike Adams. Just found you and just sent you over a free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Let's send this other one out to Weston Johnson. Just found you, just sent you over that free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us here as well. Okay, so now let's check this out for third and info. We'll go ahead and send you over some free questions before I forget, just to make sure there's anything else that you want to follow up with. You are able to. Says 2-2 and more likely losing this week. League mates aren't big on trading. Quarterbacks get 0.5 points per completion and 6 points per passing touchdown. And receiving yards are 15 yards a point. Okay, so here quarterback scoring is going to be legitimately insane. Quarterback is going to make up a ridiculously high percentage of our starting lineup output. And honestly, the quarterbacks that are going to have a ton of passing volume are actually going to be better than the quarterbacks that give you the rushing. Like, obviously, in a regular league, I would really want if it was a regular league, give me Jalen Hurts over Matthew Stafford. But here with your league settings, Matthew Stafford may straight up outscore Jalen Hurts. So we are Stevie's big steppers, and we have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. So this is actually going to be a problem. Again, I have Jalen Hurts ranked as my QB2 in a regular league where quarterback passing volume isn't necessarily the number one priority. And instead, you can just get there with a ton of rushing upside. But looking at what we have when it comes to, and I'm actually, I think we need to make a trade here because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the wide receiver depth's not going to matter much. Running back, we're golden, right? We have Bijan, we have Judkins. Super excited about having them RB1, RB2. Clearly, I mean, Judkins has been performing extremely well in today's game even. We have the depth with Dobbins, Bichelle, Tootin, Tyler Algier. Going over and looking at what we have at receiver, we have Wilson, Tat, Rice, Igbuka, Brian Thomas. Then tight end, we have Brock Bowers and Mason Taylor. We're 2-2, so we don't necessarily need to go through and panic and trade any injured player that we have for points in the lineup right now. Like, you can actually wait a bit, see what ends up happening here, where you may end up just splitting the next 2 weeks, going to 3-3, and then getting Brock Bowers back. So we're kind of fine just streaming Mason Taylor for the time being. But yeah, I think the main thing that you'd want to do with your team is keep it stupid simple, which would probably involve us going through and us trying to sell one of the wide receivers, get an upgrade at quarterback. Like, if you could send Brian Thomas and Jalen Hurts in a league like this to go ahead and get Josh Allen, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. If you could send J.K. Dobbins and Jalen Hurts to go and pivot over and get to Jaden Daniels, even though in a regular league I have Jalen Hurts ranked ahead of Daniels, like, I'd be willing to add to Hurts to go and get that additional quarterback upgrade, just because I do think that those quarterbacks that can have a ton of passing volume but I would probably honestly want to sell the wide receiver instead. The reason being is if it's a league in which you're only going to get 1 point per 15 receiving yards, you're more likely wanting to actually put a running back in that flex spot. So I think you sell Brian Thomas and Jalen Hurts, try to get to the elite level QB. And then outside of that, you have a great team. We're staying alive with Rashee Rice suspended, which is all you can ask for, where we are currently the number 1 team in this league in terms of value. But I really appreciate you. And like I said, sending you over those free questions. So if there's anything that you want me to look at, I'd be super happy to follow up with you. Now, Jonathan will check out your team next here. And again, if you're just now tuning in, I kind of messed up the live stream on the site. So we can only look at the team reviews, people that are actually in the stream with us. So I know that they're for sure going to see it. So we'll get this next one for Jonathan. So if you're in the live stream and you've submitted a team review, let me know and we'll go ahead and take a look at it. And Steven, really appreciate you. And I wish I had more, but I think you have a great team. And just Jalen Hurts isn't the best in that format. Now, JP says, what can we do to improve the running back room? I've been extremely unlucky with wide receiver production. Let me send you over some free questions before we forget. We are turn on the Jettas. We are 2-2. We've scored 454 points. So we are like right in the middle of this league when it comes to actual production so far this season, but we're at near the top of the league analyzer when it comes to value on the roster. Now we have Jaden Daniels coming back in, which is going to help a ton. It's a league in which you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, so the depth isn't going to matter much here at all. At least with the skill positions. So here's the thing, man. I mean, it's honestly, I'm sure you already know this. It's very clear for what I want to be doing here. And what I want to be doing here is I want to try to go through and try our best to upgrade at running back by selling one of the backup onesies. Like realistically speaking, if we have Tyler Warren and Tucker Kraft, we are just fine at tight ends. If we have Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams, we're just fine with Daniels. We don't need Caleb, right? So I want to go through and I want to try to sell one of these players. Now, realistically speaking, it's probably going to be much easier for you to actually go through and for you to sell a tight end as opposed to it would be for you to sell a quarterback. Let's go through and let's look at the teams in your league that are worst at tight ends. This team is Mark Andrews and Juwan Johnson. Like if we could go through and make a play where we can get one of these running backs, like if you could send the combination of say Tony Pollard and Tucker Kraft to get to Travis Etienne. Send the combination of Tyler Warren and Tony Pollard to get to Josh Jacobs. This team is TJ Hawkinson and Darren Waller. If we can try to send them Tyler Warren and RJ Harvey to get to Derrick Henry, to get to Kyron Williams, be an absolute no-brainer. This team is Kelsey Fan and Brenton Strange. If we could send them the combination of Tucker Kraft and Jalen Warren to go and get Kenneth Walker, I mean, I'd probably prefer Quinshon Judkins to get to Judkins. I think that would be nice. This team has Sam Laporta. If they wanted an upgrade to Tyler Warren, to try to send them Tyler Warren and RJ Harvey for Breece Hall, I think that would be a very nice move. Also, of course, we are more than willing to go through and we are more than willing to sell Caleb Williams in a deal like that to get the job done. But it would be nice, like you can even sell, I know you, obviously, I'm sure that most trades that we would look to do, we're probably doing after this week. But if you could hit up your league mates and actually make one of those trades now and not necessarily have to wait. Kind of would be ideal considering the fact that I mean, you can just pick up Kyle Pitts off waivers for free. Like you have those additional tight ends that are interesting off the waiver wire. But you do have the flexibility where you don't need to panic. When it comes to what we have with RB, because we can start Rachaad White and Rico Dowdle in the short term. But yeah, I think your main thing is you're just trying to sell one of the tight ends to a tight end needy team and a deal with running back. I'm not wanting to do anything at wide receiver. We're just fine for now. You can throw Godwin at wide receiver too. This week, start Hampton, Rachaad White, Rico Dowdle at running back in the flex. Start Tyler Warren at tight end. Start Jaden Daniels at QB. And then obviously we're going to get London back from bye. We'll get Rashee Rice back from the suspension, and your wide receiver room will be great. But I think your team's really strong, to be honest. I would just try to sell a tight end and get a running back upgrade. But running back's not that bad this week, because this week you can start Rachaad White and Rico Dowdle. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And like I said, I sent you over those free questions. So if there's anything else that you have that you want me to take a look at, I'd be super happy to follow up. Now, let's move this over and let's mark that complete. Let's see if we have any of the fast questions, the start sit questions, the trade questions here. And yeah, Jonathan, I really appreciate you. I think you have a great team. The fact that you've been able to stay afloat with Godwin, with Rice obviously missing the beginning of the year, bodes well for us. Now, Lions here for the flex. We're going to go ahead and we will start Devonta Smith. Actually, no, I'm going to go Chase Brown over Smith. I know I'm very boring in that. I know most people would disagree with us, but Chase Brown's going to give you the guaranteed opportunities. Now, Bitter Hornet trading Miller for RJ Harvey. I would for sure rather have RJ Harvey. Like maybe if an Alvin Kamara trade was guaranteed, then at that point it would be tough to think about. Jefferson almost had a big play, but Wentz just missed him. Now, Alexandra here, quarterback, give me Daniel Jones over Baker Mayfield this week. Running back, give me Hendo, but we're hesitant to say it. Wide receiver, give me Ladd McConkey, and then in the two flex spots, it's like Alec manager Corey Cross-Camara or RJ Harvey. I'm actually just going to go with the running backs. I'm going to play all the rookie RBs and hope one of them breaks out this week. But it would be very tough to say start Alec Manor when that is like the league's worst offense. And at the same time, you have Calvin Ridley playing. Now, Cheddar Bob here, wide receiver. We have Jacoby Myers, Tet McMillan in the lineup. Sutton and Waddle as well. I think you have to play Waddle over Woody Marks with no Tyreek. And Woody Marks, I mean, we can afford to wait a week and see it, right? Now, Kenny's Garage. I know this game looks packed. Kenny's Garage here, our best option on the bench at the moment would be, I guess, like Corey Cross-Camara. And no, I think you leave this lineup as is. I would definitely hope that we could get a better quarterback, but if we got Tua and Rodgers, we got to play Tua, which is just brutal. Okay. Now, our next question is Suck for Lux is undecided on my flex, Montgomery or Rico. I would go with Rico Dowdle in a full PPR format. You're going to get the receiving floor. Obviously, I love the matchup for Montgomery, and the Lions should score a ton of points, but I think Dowdle just gives you a guaranteed 3-down workload where obviously you're still having to deal with a very good running back in Jahmyr Gibbs when we're looking at Montgomery. Now, Tommy D, running back, give me Rico Dowdle and Woody Marks over Harvey and Ja'Cory Cross-Camara. Tight end, I'm going to go Mason Taylor here in a good matchup against the Cowboys. And then for the flex, we'll go with Alec Manor. Actually, no, I'm going to play RJ Harvey instead. Like, Manor would have been the play if you had no Ridley, but it sounds like Ridley's going to play now and again. It's just a garbage offense. Now, Mike Adams, running back, give me Rico Dowdle here pretty easily. And then for the flex, give me Rachaad White pretty easily. Those are just the two auto locks that you have. And then another one for Mike here, running back, give me Michael Carter over Sharp and Pacheco. And then our best option on the bench, wide receiver, we really don't have any. So yeah, I guess you could in the flex go like Sharp, so we're definitely going to play Ladd instead. Okay, let's refresh this, see if we have any fast questions coming through again. We got Harvick says worth to start Harrison plus Trey or swap one out. Good. No, you definitely. If you have Trey McBride, don't worry about playing Marvin Harrison. You just play the best plays. We're going to go Nico, Marv, and Jacoby. And then for your flex, you'll play. If you have a dedicated tight end spot, you'll obviously play McBride there. But if you don't have a dedicated tight end spot, you'd play McBride here. And then I would say that if you have that dedicated tight end spot where you're playing McBride here in the last flex, your next best option would be Flowers. But Let me know if you are in this live stream right now and you've submitted a team review and you would like me to check out your team now. Again, the other team reviews of the people that aren't in this live stream currently, typically we could look at them for them, but I messed up stream mode on the site, so I'm not able to. So let me know your username. If you have a team review waiting for us on the site, I'd be happy to check it out for you. Let's see. We got Marine296. Be happy to check this out for you, my friend. Here says, I traded away T. Higgins for Ferg a few weeks ago. Not looking bad at this point, my guy. Went from Bucky to Holland Sutton. That's looking extremely strong. Any help would be appreciated. Once again, you helped me in the other league. Dami Mommy can't be traded with. Good to know. And excited to check this out. Again, thank you so much, my guy. And now that I know that you're in the stream, if you have any additional questions, anything that you want to look at, any ideas, please let me know. I'd be super happy to check it out for you. But let's send you over those free questions. We are Dean team, so we are second in this league when it comes to value. We scored 410 points, so we're in the middle of this league in terms of points scored. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, so the depth at wide receiver isn't going to matter too much for us. And here, I actually need to add Taysom Hill into our rankings now that you point this out to me. So let's go ahead and let's get Taysom in. As realistically, like I would roster Taysom Hill over some of these garbage tight ends like K. Dotton. Pick up the first. God dang it. Jerry Jeudy doesn't have a point yet, does he? Like, what? It looks like the team of destiny may be losing this week. Ooh, I didn't realize I'm going up against the Vikings DST. So we are really hoping that we get some Browns points. Preferably they come from Jerry Jeudy, but we will see. But yeah, okay, so we just ranked Taysom Hill in our rest of season rankings. We went ahead and we moved him to 26. But 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Skill positional depth's not going to matter much. Here at quarterback, we have the combination of Drake May and Daniel Jones. So if we are looking at this, I think we can confidently say like, oh, okay, we can play the matchups between these 2 guys, no problem. Going over to running back, we have Bijan, Brees, 2 anchors that we can start every week. We have Harvey, Michael Carter here as depth pieces as well. Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara, Dermicado. I have Byshell Tootin ahead of Dermicado in my rest of season rankings. I just think he's a much better player. But if you wanted to wait a week, see what happens with Dermicado in the overall backfield in Arizona before you were to make that decision, I'm completely fine with it. Then looking at wide receiver, we have Tet, we have Sutton, we have Debo, Mike Evans. So obviously the Evans injury, but it's not like we need Evans right now because, I mean, we do have the flexibility with Tet, Sutton, Debo in. So we can just kind of afford to wait for him to come back. So this team's incredible. I don't want to do anything with this team right now. I think long-term, you can afford to make a trade to get a quarterback upgrade. Like, obviously, Drake May's been great. But if you could go through and if you could potentially try to sell Cortland Sutton and Drake May once Mike Evans does return and go and get to like a true elite level quarterback like Jalen Hurts, obviously like Josh Allen, it'd be a no-brainer. Because once Evans returns, you'll have Tet, Debo, Evans, so we can get by there at wide receiver. And also, once Evan returns, by that point, you'll probably have some of the rookie running backs looking a little bit better, like RJ Harvey and Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara, where maybe at that point you are confident that if you needed to put RJ Harvey into a flex spot, you actually could do it. So I would leave this team as is for now. I actually really like your roster construction. I would probably just say it's worth it's probably just worth at least seeing what Dermicado does before we cut him for Byshell Tootin. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I'd possibly have for you here, my guy. Dean, please let me know in the chat. Is there anything, like any specific questions that you have with your team? Because I honestly really do like it. I mean, I still personally have Harold Fannin ahead of Taysom Hill in my updated ranks. Like we put Taysom at like tight end 23. But I guess if you're rostering Taysom, you're more so just saying we're chasing the ceiling. You know what? I would actually cut Taysom. I'd pick up Byshell Tootin now. Just because Jake Ferg is such a locked and loaded starter for you, that while I understand the ceiling case with Taysom Hill, Byshell Tootin could turn into a starting running back. So I would cut Taysom. I'd pick up Tootin. Says not forward to losing Debo and Sutton in the same bye week. Here's the thing, man. You're not we're not needing to optimize your entire roster construction off a singular bye, right? So if you want to get through the Sutton and Debo bye before you would look to sell like a wide receiver piece, then sure. But like, again, like I said, anyway, I think the ideal is you end up selling like Cortland Sutton and Drake May for an elite level quarterback once you get Mike Evans back in. But your team is really good, really strong construction wise. So like the last thing I'd be doing would be stressing over a bye week in the future, to be honest. So cut Taysom, pick up Tootin. And honestly, I think you just ride this out until you get Mike Evans back, and then you sell the wide receiver depth piece too. Get the elite quarterback, but we kind of need to wait a little bit of time for that, to be honest. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And like I said, I sent you over some free questions as well. So if there's anything additional to this you would like me to take a look at, I'd be happy to, but I think your team's great, to be honest. Yeah, but thank you again, my guy. I wish I had more for you, but I'm not going to tell you to make a trade just for the purpose of making a trade. Like, I want your team to just be as good as it can be. Now, let's move this over. Please confirm. I think we saw that Banner Hornet was out in the chat, but let me know if that is true. That was just a massive play by Jalen Naylor. There's a flag on the play. But what's the flag on? Okay, offsides defense. Holding offense. Oh, so they just redo the play? Well, let me see that, though. I don't want to see the penalty. Show me the catch. You're not even going to show the catch in the replay. Abraham says, I'm spoiling it for you. What illegal service are you using that you are that far behind? Because I've rewinded 15 seconds, so I'm 15 seconds behind on the broadcast. And on top of that, there's a slight delay from me talking to getting it to you. Wentz picks up what looked like the first down. Okay, but anyway, Bitter Hornet, let me know if you're in the chat so we can get to this. I Spy Joey says he's out here for a review. Let me see if I can find you. Just found you, my guy. Superflex start 9, so not sure where I stand team-wise. Started 0-2 and made some trades. Lost week 3, but I'm here now at 1-3. The running back injuries has saved me, and I should be 2-3 with White and Dowdle filling in against the number 1 4-0 team. Any suggestions and any long-term thoughts? So I'll say short-term, obviously the overall rankings here with the League Analyzer, you can kind of ignore them. But we do want to at least look at what we have with the positional rankings. So we are first in this league at quarterback value, 10th in this league at running back. We are second in this league at wide receiver and 8th in this league at tight end. We scored 530 points so far this year, so we are second to last in points scored. It's a start 9 Superflex league, so in reality, that plays like a start 8-1 quarterback format. We have Allen and Kyler. I would like to roster a third starting quarterback if possible. Looking at the waiver wire, there's only one other starting quarterback out there, if you don't include Spencer Rattler. So, like, realistically speaking, I do think that I would actually look to pick up Cam Ward to roster the third quarterback. And Bitter Hornet, I see you, my friend, and I will get to your teams right after this. But let me actually pee real quick because I'm about to go in my pants. Come here. That's my good girl. That's my good girl. I know. I know. You're a good girl, aren't you? You're a good girl. Good girl. Okay. Let's get back to this for I Spy Joey. So I would like to pick up Cam Ward if possible. Like, I would rather roster the third quarterback here in comparison to what we have with the third tight end in the Superflex League. So if we could cut Britton Strange to pick up Cam Ward, that'd be really nice. Now, of course, if we were starting Britton Strange this week, that may be a little bit tough, but that would be my ideal. F me. The Viking sack sucks. I have to play against the Vikings DST. But looking over what we have at running back, you have Joe Mixon available to you on the waiver wire. I think Mixon would be the best pickup if available. So, like, if we were looking at maybe making a swap here, obviously I'd like to get some confirmation that Dermacado is not going to be anything. So after this week, if Dermacado doesn't look like he has any life and it looks like it's Michael Carter's job or it's just a true 3-man running back by committee, I think you could talk me into benching Dermacado. Is that Jerry Jeudy? Thank God. That better be a catch. Is that Jerry Jeudy's first point? I'm sorry. You got to see if this is a catch before we look at anything. Oh, that was a catch. There we go. We got the playoff. Give me those Jeudy points. F me. Did they really get the challenge flag off in time? Are you really people in the chat now saying no catch? Oh my gosh. Let me see the replay. God dang it. You got to be kidding me. Catch the freaking ball, Jerry Jeudy. But yeah, here anyway, let's see what the Arizona backs do. And if Dermacado looks to be nothing, we can cut him for Joe Mixon. Just hope that Mixon maybe does come back. I would cut Darnell Mooney, who has an injury at the moment, for Alec Ayomanor right now, just so we can see what Ayomanor does, because it does look like he is ascending to be the wide receiver 1 in Tennessee. And then in terms of our starting lineup, like we have Derrick Henry, Rachaad White, wide receiver. We can start Nico, London, Chase, Worthy, and the 2 flex spots going into the future. Obviously, depth beyond that may be a little bit questionable. You have like Hunter and Brandon Ayuk for the long term, but obviously moving from Mooney to Ayomanor will give you an option in the short term here if we needed one. And then obviously we're dealing with the Drake London bye right now, but we have Rico Dowdle that we can just go ahead and jam in the flex spot anyway, so it's not going to matter too much. So I really like your team, like specifically for a super flex league where we have Allen and Kyler. I think you got saved by picking up Rachaad White and Rico Dowdle. If you didn't pick up White and Dowdle, I would say that you would really need to have down tiered from like Nico Collins to a lesser wide receiver and an additional running back. But picking up White and Dowdle off the waiver wire have saved you for now. I would cut Darnell Mooney. I would cut Britton Strange. I'd pick up Alec Ayomanor. I'd pick up Cam Ward. I would wait until after this week. If Dermacado does nothing, that he's going to be the guy that we drop. And then we would actually maybe look at picking up Joe Mixon just in case Mixon does get some positive news over the next week or two. But let me know, Joey, if you have any additional questions in the chat. I'd be super happy to check it out for you. I mean, go back and forth with you. But let me make sure that I send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you have that you want me to take a look at. And actually, I'm going to have to sign out and sign back in so we can keep this thing going. Okay. And I see people saying that Jordan Addison didn't play a snap in the first quarter. Is that true, or are y'all just trolling? Because I know we had, obviously, Jalen Naylor making all the noise, but is it true that Jordan Addison's actually not out there on the field? But I Spy Joey, we just sent you over those. Rich Pedro says no snaps in the first quarter, out drinking last night. He's back now. So I get, if that is true, I have no idea if that's true, but if it is, then I guess Addison really has a problem. It's not like this is the first time we've seen something like that from Addison. But let me go ahead. We'll get to the quick questions. Thomas says, Yo, Mason, you answered my start to question, email me, but the timestamp doesn't match my question. Couldn't hear the response. Yes, the timestamps are messed up at the moment, which is why we're only doing the team reviews for the people that are in the stream. But please let me know what your question was, and I'll answer it again. Now, Willie Sooner says, need help with the flex. Love the streams. Appreciate you, my friend. Here at running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take, I'm sorry, for the flex. Dear God, we have no Rome. We have no London. We have no Lamb. You're screwed. You're going to go Michael Carter and I guess Alec Ayomanor, but we're not excited about it at all. Now, Owen Petrie here for the flex. Best option on the bench could be like Chase Brown, but I think you can play Deebo Samuel over him. JP trading Rice for Javonte. Wide receiver, we have London, Jettas, Godwin, and then we had the neighbor's injury. So honestly, no, I'd rather have Rashee Rice in this instance. Thomas, I would go ahead. I'll play Henderson there. I don't feel confident saying so, but that's what I would do. Jin Curry says, torn on quarterback. Baker yet to have a bad game against tough matchups. Jones is a better man. I would go Daniel Jones over Baker Mayfield. I'd go with either Jones over Baker this week. Tight end, give me Laporta over Jawan Johnson, and then the flex, you're going to play Cam Scat. Now, Saints, sensational, something like that. Wide receiver, go Nico Collins, and if you needed a wide receiver 2, you'd go Xavier Worthy. If you need a running back 2, you'd go Rachaad White. And then for tight end, go with Travis Kelce. And then I'm assuming we have Nico and Worthy in at wide receiver. We have White and CMC in at running back, and then I probably go Kamara here at the flex. Now, Ontario Lions says Bowers is out, so opponent has May. Stream Henry or Kincaid or risk the upside with Darren Waller. I would go ahead. I'd play Hunter Henry. Like Hunter Henry almost had a massive, massive blow up last week as well, where I know he only had 2 targets, but I mean, he was 6 inches away from both of them going for touchdowns. Now, burner account. Woody Marks, Nico, Matthew Golden versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. 12-team league where the depth actually matters. Leftover running back, we'd have Ginty, Achane, and that's it. So I like the value of this, but with your league settings of depth mattering, I think you would actually probably prefer to have the package, to be honest. Okay. But let me pivot back over and let's get to these team reviews for Bitter Hornet. Again, appreciate you always hanging out with us in the live stream, my guy, and super excited to check this out for you. And let me make sure I send you over just a ridiculous amount of free questions. So if you ever want to send anything in, even if we're in vouchers only, you should be able to. Let's just make sure we, come on. Is the site not letting me send you anymore? Why the hell is this not clicking? Let me see. I guess maybe I got capped out on the amount I could send you on that one. Let's send you over the free ones on this one too. So you should have at the very minimum 6 free vouchers in your account. So if there's anything that you ever want to do or ask, I'd be happy to get it for you. Jerry Judy caught the ball. There we go, baby. There we go. Jerry Judy on the board. But it does look like we had 800 likes on the stream. So before we get to this for Bitter Hornet, which I know we keep pushing this back and back and back, I'm sorry. Let's send out some free questions in the chat. So again, if you want to win some free questions, stupid simple. All you got to do is drop a like on the live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And then also I'll say, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, the easiest way to do that will be to take advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting a you're going to be getting a $100 bonus added to your account after you play your first 5. This is a limited time thing. It's by far and away the best offer that Underdog's ever had. And on top of that, you'll get a free Drake May pick, higher or lower, half a total yard for the game tonight. And again, you'll get free questions for the live streams, and I'm going to be live streaming every single day answering questions until Christmas. So you should have plenty of opportunities to get your questions. And you can find the link in the description and comment section. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state. But let's send this out to Love Capo. I can't find you on the site, my friend. I don't know if you used code FLOCK. If you didn't, you can add that to your account page. Let's send this out to McDoused. Just found you. Just sent you over a free start sit question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. Let's send another one out to Fireball 28. Just found you and just sent you over a free start set question. Again, really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream as well. Now, let's finally get to these for Bitter Hornet. I'm sorry for this taking so long, my friend. It says Coker and Jones coming off the IR soon, and I want to add Isaiah Bond and Brashad Smith. I grabbed Woody last week for $16. Grabbed Dowdle and Miller this week. Who goes, who stays? Do I try to add some trades, but I'm not getting any value, and the team seems okay? Just started doing this last year. Could use some help. So I will say, first things first, you have by far and away the most valuable team in your league. You can see this with the league analyzer here. Nobody's coming close to us. We've scored the second most points in this league, but we are 2-2. So if anything, we're an unlucky 2-2 at the moment. And I believe we looked at this team from you before, because there are very few teams that we look at where we can say that we have CMC and Puka Nacua. So there are only 2 S-tier players this season. The 2 untouchable names are CMC and Puka. You absolutely love to see both of them being on the same roster, and that's what gives us significantly more value than anybody else in our league. Now, it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So having an elite quarterback, having an elite tight end is going to make a pretty big difference. We have Jaden Daniels as well as we have Tyler Warren. So after this week, if we do end up seeing that Jaden Daniels is good to go, then what you could do is you could just cut Matthew Stafford and you can open up the roster spot to bring Aaron Jones off the IR. I would definitely prefer opening the roster spot for Aaron Jones as opposed to Jalen Coker. Then going over and looking at what we have when it comes to wide receiver. I'm sorry, what we have with wide receivers we can cut. I don't exactly see any. I'm definitely not wanting to cut any of the depth running backs that you have. I would say that the depth running backs are actually very exciting holds with JCM, Byshell Tootin, Rico Dowdle, and then obviously bringing on Aaron Jones. So, again, cut Stafford to bring Aaron Jones onto your team. We have Woody Marks that we hit on that we can play at RB2. I'd actually play Rico Dowdle over Woody Marks this week, but obviously I'd rather have Woody Marks in the long term. And then we have Ja'Cory Cross-Camara as the upside case. So really, all you need to do with your team is continue to work the waiver wire the way that you have been. And try to hit on a running back too. Try to hit on a flex. Wide receiver, we have Puka Sutton, Ricky Pearsall, T. Higgins. So maybe actually play both Woody Marks and Rico Dowdle this week. Throw one guy in the flex. We have Alec Ayomanor for the upside shot. I would not cut any of your wide receivers for Jalen Coker. I actually like Alec Ayomanor over Coker. Ayomanor has the chance to be the actual top option in his offense where Ayomanor is never going to be. And then we have the elite tight end with Tyler Warren. So I love your team. I love this construction as well. The only thing that I would personally be looking to do is, if possible, I would cut Stafford, open up the spot for Aaron Jones that way. And then don't overthink it. I know Brashad Smith is interesting in now. I prefer over those waiver wire names. I honestly really just want to leave your team as is for the most part, other than that small move. But trades wise, I don't think you're doing anything. You have by far and away the best team in your league. Let's move this over. Is that another Jerry Jeudy catch? Let's go, Judy. Thank you. Now it's going to be the next Bitter Hornet team. Says Rice in a couple of weeks. Grabbed Woody last week. So yes, we got Woody in both of them. This team's definitely worse than the previous one, though. We were fourth in the league analyzer in this one. Want to add Bond and Brashad Smith. Here's the thing, man. I think you're overthinking it with these deep ads. I don't think you want to be looking at Brashad Smith and Isaiah Bond in your league. I don't see maybe after this week you can. If Brashad Smith shows some signs of life, maybe this team's bench is worse, but we'll see. I need to drop someone to get Pearsall off the IR. I've tried trades, no luck. Who do we add in trades? Running back heavy, thin at wide receiver is okay. Yeah, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the wide receiver depth's not going to matter much. Now, despite this being the 4th team in the league analyzer, we are the 6th team in points scored, but we are 3-1. So we're a little bit of a lucky 3-1. But absolutely love to see that. And that was a hell of a throw by Dylan Gabriel to David Njoku. But anyway, let's go ahead and let's look at this. So we also have Jaden Daniels and Matthew Stafford on this team. So I know you were saying that you need to open up a roster spot to bring Ricky Pearsall off of the IR. I would be dropping Matthew Stafford. So here's the thing, man. You have much better options on the waiver wire than Brashad Smith and Isaiah Bond. So realistically, if I was looking at this, I would much prefer picking up Matthew Golden over Isaiah Bond. Very, very easily. Much better quarterback play, much better player, much better draft capital, much better situation. Don't be thinking you need Isaiah Bond on your team. So we have the elite quarterback with Daniels. Again, I think you can drop Matthew Stafford to pick up that extra roster spot so we can move Ricky Pearsall off the IR. Going over to running back, we're great here. We have Bijan, we have Scat, we have Chase Brown, we have Woody Marks, we have Rico Dowdle. So we have 5 startable RBs. We have Spears and we have Miller as the depth pieces. I wouldn't want to drop either one of those players for Brashad Smith either. Wide receiver, obviously we are thin for the time being, but we're going to get Rice back in a few weeks. We're 3-1, so we should be thinking long-term value. I would say the biggest need that this team has is tight end, and I don't think it's that close either. So for me, I would really try to optimize for selling a running back to an RB needy team to see if we can get an upgrade at tight end. Like realistically speaking, this team has like Brees, Pollard, Ramadre, Nick Chubb. If we could sell them the combo of Mason Taylor and Rico Dowdle to get to Kyle Pitts, to get to Sam Laporta, I think that would be very interesting. You could look at selling Woody Marks there. Obviously, I'd be less excited about that. This team is Tucker Kraft, Brock Bowers. They're running back to, they are starting Ray Davis right now. If there's any world in which you could try to sell them, the combination of like Chase Brown and Mason Taylor to get to Tucker Kraft, if you could try to sell them Cam Scatterbo and Mason Taylor to get to Brock Bowers, I think those would be very interesting moves, just given the fact that you have so much running back depth. Going over and looking at this team has Tyler Algier as their third RB. If we could try to get to George Kittle, send them Chase Brown and Mason Taylor to get to Kittle, I think that'd be very interesting. And they have 4 tight ends, so there's a chance that they're willing to do that. So I love your team. Don't pick up those names that we're not that excited about. I think that your bench is a lot better than them for now. If you were making any waiver wire pivots, you'd be cutting Miller and you'd be picking up Matthew Golden. But I think the main thing that you want to do is you want to actually cut Stafford, bring Pearsall off the IR. I would cut Miller. I'd pick up Golden and then sell a running back depth piece to get an upgrade at tight end. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out with one of these, my guy. And like I said, I sent you over a ton of free question vouchers. So even when we're in voucher only mode, you should still be able to send in questions whenever you want. Okay. Here's what we need. We are stressing a Judy touchdown. We really need a Judy TD here. But let me move over and see if we have any of the quick questions, the start sit questions, the super messages, and the trades. Let's see. We got not good at this. Quarterback, go Hurts over Daniel Jones. I'm assuming you need 2 running backs. Go Gibbs and Pollard. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Michael Pittman and Devonta Smith. Or maybe we actually just need to fill it out like this. So if this is the case, I'd be playing T. Higgins and Devonta Smith over Tony Pollard, considering the fact that you actually have Tajay Spears back in. Okay. God dang it. False start. I also want the Browns to score because I'm going up against the Vikings DST. So for me, perfect world is we get a Judy touchdown, but I'll settle for any touchdown for the Browns. Isaiah Bond's out there a ton in this game. Again, I don't think Isaiah Bond's that interesting because bad offense, not a great receiver. And like I said, I accidentally messed up the... What was that, Gabriel? Was that your first read wasn't there, so you just wanted to chunk it out of the end zone? No, a lot of people in the chat are upset that Judkins isn't the running back in the 2-minute drill. Again, Judkins is not going to be the running back in the 2-minute drill. That's not his job. I mean, that's not any different than what we've had at any point this season. Okay. Judkins is on the sideline because Judkins is not a 2-minute drill running back. That is Jerome Ford. It was before. It is now. Go back and look at our running back rankings video and look at everybody being upset with us with our ranking of Quinshon Judkins. Thing is, Judkins is great, but he is kind of the first and second down running back on the Cleveland Browns. So, like, you just got to be realistic. Don't expect that Quinshon Judkins is going to be out there for every single snap. He's not Jonathan Taylor. But again, Billy Max says that's dumb, terrible coaching. My friend, like, what the hell are you? we got to realize here collectively, the real world is not fantasy football. It's very reasonable for the coaching staff to go, Jerome Ford's our better running back in this specific situation. So we're going to use Quinshon Judkins when we need to run the ball. But if we're going to drop back to pass every single down in the 2-minute drill, we can go ahead. We can have Jerome Ford on the field. What the hell are we talking about? Real life is not, like fantasy football isn't real life. I wish it was. I wish the coaching staff realized like, oh yeah, nobody started Jerome Ford this week in fantasy, so let's only have Quinshon Judkins on the field. But like, I like Judkins. I drafted him in a ton of underdog best ball drafts. Got a lot of money on Quinshon Judkins. I have very little on Jerome Ford. I also wish that Quinshon Judkins was out there in the 2-minute drill, but it shouldn't be a surprise that it's Ford. You shouldn't be upset that it is. But please let me know if you have a team review pending on the website right now and you are in this live stream. I would be super happy to go through and check it out for you right now. I can't really do any team reviews for people that are not in the live stream just because the timestamp is messed up. Pat says, I doubt Ford is a better than Judkins as a pass catcher. Have they even tried? I just can't get the... Oh my gosh, you're gonna break my brain. How many running backs in the NFL do you think play 100% of the snaps? How many? You know what would be fun to look at? Let's go look at Bijan Robinson real quick. Bijan Robinson, a bell cow level running back. Arguably the running back 2 in fantasy. 83%, 65%, 79%, 73% of the snaps. Bijan's playing about 75% of the snaps a game. What the hell are we talking about? Let's look at Saquon Barkley. Bell cow level running back. He's played one game with 90+% of the snaps. Josh Jacobs, bell cow level running back, 65%, 66% of the snaps the past 2 weeks. Like, it's very, very reasonable for Jerome Ford to be in at the 2-minute drill. Like, there are, let me look at the running backs that don't come off the field. There are 3 running backs that don't come off the field. Those 3 running backs are McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, and it used to be Kyren Williams, but Kyren Williams has been coming off the field more and more as of late. But those are like the 3 guys. I guess now Saquon Barkley so far this season. Now, it looks like we don't have anybody that submitted a team review in this live stream. But we can go ahead. We can send out some more free questions in the chat. So if y'all want to win free questions, all you got to do again will be drop a like on the stream. If you drop a like on the live stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, you will be inserted in to win free questions. And then on top of that, obviously, you can always get guaranteed free questions by taking advantage of the offer on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go out there and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get $100 added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, you'll get a free Drake May pick for tonight's game, higher, lower, half a total yard. And you'll get free questions for these live streams that I'm streaming every single day until Christmas, answering your fantasy football questions. And let's move this over and let's send out some free ones right now. We got Cries with a bunch of S's. Let me see if I can find you on the site. And if so, we'll send you out those free cues. Okay. Cries. Just found you on the site and just sent you over a free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Let's send this next one out to Oak 10. Just sent you over that free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us as well. Send this next one to Born to Nullify. Just found you. Just sent you over a free start sit. And yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Now, let's move this over and start answering some of the questions in the chat. We got Thucky Wucky. This is Waddle, Myers, Brian Thomas Jr. We need a pick 2. I'm going to go with Myers for sure, having no Brock Bowers. And then for me, I would still probably go ahead and take Brian Thomas Jr. over Jalen Waddle. We have seen the target volume be there for Thomas. More so than what we have had with I don't know. Like Waddle's been averaging like 5 targets a game. I understand that obviously that target volume is going up now that you have no Tyreek, but still. I think Brian Thomas is a sneaky start this week. King Bob go quarterback. We're going to go Fields over May in a phenomenal matchup. And then down in the flex, we have Shaheed. I guess Dermacado. If you think Dermacado's the starting running back here in Arizona, by all means, you can go for it. I would be very hesitant with it, though. So I would just play Shaheed and just get the volume in that you know is going to be there. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is To Kill a Whale. Trading Pickens to upgrade to Lamb in the long term. Jordan Mason at this point may look like he's a 0. And then Breece Hall is obviously trending in a really good direction, considering what we have with the Braylon Allen injury. So I would probably go ahead and take the CeeDee Lamb and Breece Hall side. My only hesitation, of course, is if you are 1-3, if you're 0-4, in that case, you would really need the George Pickens production in the short term. Okay. Now let's refresh this, see if we have any more quick questions coming in. Now this is Gun. It says, hey, Mason, I submitted a team review. Gun K. Okay, I'll be super happy to check that out. Let me just get to these quick questions and we'll go right to the Gun K had team review. Now, Scottsy, running back, we're going to go with Rachaad White over Kenneth Walker. And then for the flex, yeah, we leave the wide receiver in over Walker. Walker should be split in the backfield with Sharps. Now, Johnny Mouth says, no tight end league, double flex. We need a running back too, but what do you think? I think you're losing a ton of value here. And if you can start up to 2 wide receivers weekly, we have Rico Dowdle that we can start at running back for now. So I would keep Igbuka. Okay. Now, Summer, quarterback, give me Bo Nix over Dart. Then tight ends, we are going to pivot to full PBR format. You probably go Sutton, where sadly ETN just simply has not had the receiving role. I'm starting ETN myself this week, so I'm hoping we get a big ETN week, but the dude has like 2 receiving yards the past 2 weeks. Now, Dean Mr. Davis says, big fan Mason, don't know who to start at wide receiver today. Well, running back, we know we start Taylor and Barkley. Wide receiver, we go Myers, and then Flowers versus Godwin. It's going to be close, but we have no Lamar. Godwin's trending in the right direction. Played 80% of the snaps this past week. I think you go Godwin. And then we're definitely going to go with either Rico Dowdle or Alvin Kamara in the flex. But whatever you do, make sure that you are not playing a wide receiver in that flex spot. Now, let's see if we have any more quick questions before we pivot over to Guns team review. Okay. This is Kookie Bob trading Javonte, Jamar Chase for Bijan Robinson. I would 100% make this deal for Bijan. Bijan, completely different tier than those other assets. Now, Pixty with our next one. For the flex, we're looking at Waddle, Brian Thomas. I guess what he marks. I'd go with the wide receivers here. I'm going to go with Brian Thomas myself, but I think if you look at the projections, they'll actually have Waddle higher and a good matchup. Chase Hunt says, I also submitted a team review. Okay, so we're going to get the team reviews going for Gunner and Chase Hunt. Let's go ahead. Let's pull up those team reviews now. So this is Gun K-Ed. Okay, we can go ahead and check this out for you now. Really appreciate you, my friend. Excited to look at this. Here, quarterback, we have, it says, hey Mason, sold the house for my running back room, and now my depth is cooked. I got lucky with trading for Waddle before the Tyreek injury, and Godwin seems to be on a good track. Currently 2-2. I think I'm ready for my run. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, you do have Waddle and Godwin looking as viable depth pieces. I will say it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So realistically, in a league like this, you're not necessarily going to care too much about the wide receiver depth. This team's loaded. Dear God. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We love having the elite running back. We love having the elite quarterback. And we have somehow managed to bring in Josh Allen, Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs, James Cook all into the same roster. We're 2-2. We are in the middle of this league with points scored, but it should get a lot better going into the future. Looking at what we have with the running back depth pieces, if Michael Carter Jr. ends up being somebody that we could actually go ahead and see turn into the starting running back in Arizona, then at that point, obviously, we have him as the expendable value where you could go through and you could potentially sell Michael Carter Jr. in a 2-for-1 deal with a wide receiver like Chris Godwin or with a tight end like Zach Ertz to go get an upgrade at another spot. But that's not necessarily going to be easy right now because, frankly, you do need to see if Carter's going to be the guy here. But it looks like we have some new Adam Schefter news. So let me go ahead and pull that up. Oh, dear God. Bucky has another injury. It's not just him dealing with the foot where obviously he was on the crutches, blah, blah, blah. But Bucky Irving expected to miss at least the next 2 weeks. So Bucky's not only dealing with a foot injury, but he's also dealing with a shoulder injury. Let me go through and let me see if we need to move Bucky Irving down our rest of season ranks. As I had already moved him below guys like Derrick Henry and Kyron Williams. Now at this point, realistically, I'd rather have Breece Hall over Bucky with the injuries that we have there. I think I'd still prefer Bucky over like Javonte, Etienne. So we're going to have Bucky Irving at RB14 in our rest of season ranks. And then let's make sure we move Rachaad White up even higher. I'd rather have White over Dobbins. I'd rather have White over Pollard. Yeah, White's going to be RB30 for us. Because again, if they're saying that Bucky's going to at least be missing 2 weeks, there's a chance that it's longer than that, right? If he's missing at least 2 weeks, there's a chance he's missing 3 to 4. And we're already week 5, 5 weeks into the season. It's not like you have that many weeks left. Now, here at wide receiver, we have Marv, Godwin, Waddle, so we can get by. We have Zach Ertz, Darren Waller at tight end. So realistically speaking, you have done one hell of a job optimizing for this format. Wide receivers, less important here in a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex. I would say tight end's very important, but obviously we can get by with Zach Ertz. It all comes down, like if Michael Carter pops, then yeah, let's go ahead and let's sell him for a tight end or a wide receiver upgrade. If not, you're sitting still. This is a phenomenal team. If Byshell Tuden pops, then sure, let's package him to sell, get a wide receiver tight end upgrade. I would consider rostering Tyler Algier here, even if you are like in an extremely strong position when it comes to what you have with running back. Again, you get a Bijan Robinson injury, then all of a sudden Tyler Algier turns into a league winner, and obviously you're able to sell him for a tremendous amount of value. So I would probably look to go through and maybe cut Darren Waller and pick up Algier just in case anything happens. Actually, you can do that after this week, right? You can wait until we see what Darren Waller looks like, and it's not like Bijan's going to get hurt on his bye week. But going into week 6, I'd probably make that waiver wire pivot. Just so, again, if we can get one of those running back bench pieces to pop, then we could get a significant upgrade at tight end or wide receiver. So overall, I think you've done a phenomenal job optimizing your team for this format specifically. And let me make sure we send you over some free questions in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. Okay. Now, our next team, I know we have Chase out in this stream as well, so we'll go ahead and we'll check this out for him. Says, did a 1-week trade with someone due to the buys. I will have Chase Brown and Jordan Mason instead of Jake Ferguson and Kenneth Walker after we trade back. Yeah, I'm surprised that's allowed in your league. Those rental type trades, at least in leagues that I've played with, that would be considered collusion. But I think my running back room's okay, but kind of want to make some trades to upgrade at RB or quarterback. So this is a 14 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So this is a league in which depth does matter. I like the team name. I will say that in general, looking at what we have with tight ends, obviously we don't need to be rostering 4 of these guys. I really don't like our roster construction. We are rostering a total of 7. We're rostering just as many quarterback and tight ends as we are wide receiver and running back. Now we're 3-1. Not only are we 3-1, but also we've scored the second most points in this 14-team league. So realistically speaking, like you are in a good spot when it comes to what we have with the team as it stands now. In terms of what we can do from this point, we are moving on from Ferg. And you said Walker. Oh, and Kenneth, so Gainwell. We're moving on from Ferg and Gainwell. We're going to get back Jordan Mason and Chase Brown. So that'll put us in a better spot having Chase Brown as our RB3, where really we don't need Jake Ferg as our third tight end. Then from that point, I think I would also look to see if we could trade Harold Fannin, especially with him having the strong week with everybody watching in the standalone island game in London. So if you could send like Harold Fannin and Zay Flowers in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade at wide receiver, I really would like that, because you can just stand with Kraft and Kittle rest of season there. Or realistically, if nobody's going to be trading for Harold Fannin, instead you could try to send Tucker Kraft, knowing that we can play Harold Fannin in the short term, and in the long term we get George Kittle back in. So realistically speaking, I think the move that you have to make is you have to sell one of these tight ends. Or realistically, it may be better to sell Tucker Kraft and get a bunch of value from him rather than Harold Fannin, knowing that we're going to move on from Ferg. We can trade Kraft as well, get an upgrade at either running back by selling him with Kamara, or an upgrade at wide receiver by selling him with Flowers. Then we can have like Harold Fannin, George Kittle, play Harold Fannin in the short term, Kittle in the long term. We're okay at wide receiver. We're going to be okay at running back when we get Chase Brown back. It's a 14-team league. I would like to upgrade quarterback if possible. So maybe you go through and maybe the thing that you end up selling Tucker Kraft for is a QB upgrade, where you package together Purdy and Kraft to get to the best quarterback that you can. And then that will also allow you to possibly drop Matthew Stafford, where you don't have to roster 3 QBs. And then that will open up another roster spot for us where we can go ahead and we can pick up another wide receiver or running back on waivers, right? And if we look at what we have with the wide receivers in the waiver wire, like Josh Downs clearly would be very appealing. But yeah, I think the team's really good for a 14-team format. We just got to find a way to sell one of the tight ends. And I think the tight end that we could sell after this week easily would be Tucker Kraft to go and get that running back upgrade. And then backfill your bench with running backs and wide receivers. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. Okay. Let me see. Is the game back on? Yes, it is. Okay. Let me rewind 15 seconds to make sure that we are good to go. And how many points does Judy have? Judy's caught the ball twice, right? .5 points. Okay. If I get 10 points out of Judy in this game, I'll be a happy camper. Be nice if the Minnesota Vikings scored here. But let me send you over these free questions, Chase. And now let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be from Oak 10. Running back, play Rashad White. Actually, you're going to play Ashton Genty. Probably going to end up playing both guys. Wide receiver, you play Sutton and Waddle. And then, in the flex, you play Rashad White. Is that another Josh Oliver touchdown? No, but it was close. If I had TJ Hawkinson in my lineup, I'd be losing my mind. But this is yet another game that's proving to me that it may be okay if I just go ahead and cut Hawk. Now, John Bono, running back. We're going to be playing Travis Etienne and Chase Brown over Woody Marks. I know most people would want to get Woody Marks in. Wide receiver, give me Xavier Worthy. And then for the flex, I would go Cortland Sutton over Quentin Johnston. But we get the Jordan Mason touchdown. So I thought we were going to have to send out a massive public apology for telling people that Jordan Mason is still a must-start running back until Aaron Jones comes back. After the fumble, it looked very ugly. It looked like he may have gotten benched, but nope. Jordan Mason back in. Jordan Mason touchdown. So if you started Mason, congrats. Okay. Now let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions that have come in. Yeah, Hawkinson is cooked. Like, realistically, we probably will end up needing to bench Hawk. But let's move this over and let's answer some of the quick questions. Not Slade here at wide receiver. You're going to go with the combination of Jacoby Myers, A.J. Brown, and then if you needed a flex, we'd go with Michael Pittman Jr. Thomas says 2 and 2 need help deciding the last flex. It's down between Wandale and RJ Harvey. Full PPR format, no Malik Neighbors. I think you can go with Wandale. I'm not super excited about it, though. Okay. Now, Julia says Pollard, Brown, Marks in the last flex spot. Okay. Well, quarterback, we have Hurts. Running back, we have Genty and White. Wide receiver, we have Nico and Pickens. Tight end, we have Strange. We're playing A.J. Brown and Waddle. Woody Marks, upside shot, but not a guarantee by any means. I know it's a good matchup, but you can take the wide receivers that have large samples. And then I'm benching Tony Pollard myself. I've played him on my team the past few weeks, but the difficulty with Tony Pollard now is with Spears coming back in, it's going to be an ugly situation. Now, Ontario Lions has dropped Benson or Aaron Jones off the IR spots to make room for Brock Bowers. Jordan Mason is looking buns. So Jordan Mason now just scores the touchdown. I think the setup that you're going to have here is Aaron Jones probably comes back to being a running back by committee. But we don't know if we're going to get Trey Benson back for the fantasy football season at all. And it's not like Trey Benson was ever guaranteed to be anything anyway, right? There is an outside chance that a running back, whether it's Bam Knight or Mikado or Michael Carter, takes this job and runs with it in Arizona. So I would drop Trey Benson instead of Aaron Jones. Now, Hypnotic Goop for the flex. Give me the combo of Chase Brown and Ladd McConkey. We're going to keep it stupid simple. Bitter Hornet looking to trade Woody Marks and Mason Taylor. Bitter Hornet, if you're in the chat, I'm assuming you're wanting to trade for a tight end, right? If I'm remembering correctly, that's what we are wanting to do with the team. Let me go ahead and look at our tight end rankings, and I'll tell you every tight end on a team that's as strong at running back as you are that I would trade these guys for. Okay. So let me go ahead and pull this up. Here are my tight end rankings. I would trade Woody Marks and Mason Taylor for any tight end that is tight end 6 or above in a heartbeat. I would consider tight ends 9 through 7, but anybody beyond that, not so much. Let's see our next one. This is Woody Marks, Mason Taylor. I would 100% do that for Brock Bowers, my friend. Rico Dowdle, Mason Taylor for Zach Ertz. That's tough. I think I would opt to have, I think I would charge a little bit more for Dowdle. I know you don't necessarily need Dowdle. So like if you wanted to make this move, I wouldn't fault you for it, but I'd prefer not to if we could avoid it. Okay. Now, Adam, here running back, we're going to go with the combo of Dowdle and I'm going to go Michael Carter over JCM. And in the flex, full PPR format, Wandale gives you the floor, Shakir gives you the ceiling. So if you're chasing the touchdown, you go Shakir. If you're chasing the receptions, you go with Wandale Robinson. But honestly, I can go back and forth with him. I think it's going to be up to you. Come on. Give me a Jerry Jeudy, catch and give me preferably a Browns touch. God dang, Judkins is good. God, Judkins has juice. Trying to think. Hal says Judkins has lost 70 plus yards to penalties. Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing with that, right? You can't just say like, oh, Quinshon Judkins would have had 30 fantasy points if it wasn't for the holding penalties. It's because like, oh, that long rushing touchdown that Quinshon Judkins had, if they didn't hold on the play, would he have scored that touchdown, you know? So it sucks, but there's a reason why they call those back. Because like, as an example, that holding, there's a chance Judkins wouldn't have scored at all if the Browns didn't effectively just cheat, right? Okay. Now looking at what we have at running back. God dang, they can run the ball though. Javonte over Rachaad White here for draft pilot. Wide receiver, I'm going to go Pittman, Marv. It's up to you. Marv gives you the ceiling. Pittman gives you the floor. And I definitely think what I know for sure is you want to bench Woody Marks and you want to bench one of the wide receivers because we play White and Javonte at running back in the flex. And then wide receiver, flip a coin. Bitter Hornet, I would also trade Woody Marks and Mason Taylor for Jake Ferg. Now, Nalde, quarterback, give me Mahomes over Darnold. Running back, give me Achane and Brees. Here, gotta let the dog out. Wide receiver, give me Puka Nacua and Garrett Wilson. Tight end, Tyler Warren, and then there in the flex, we're going to go with Travis Etienne. Actually, you could go Dowdle. Etienne Dowdle, it's going to be up to you. Now, Bower Rangers says Downs or Mixon are available on the waiver wire. Quarterback you play, Daniel Jones. There has to be a better option at tight end than Tommy Tremble. For the flex, you're playing Michael Carter here, but dear God. That is a tough spot. And I may rather hold Mixon in my IR than Trey Benson. It's not easy, though. Okay. Now, Bijan Mustard. Running back. We have no Bijan. We have no Hubbard. God, Quinshon Judkins is the entire Browns offense at this point. Helps up the photographer and everything. Daniel says, Mason, what'd you eat for breakfast? Nothing, my friend. I've been live for about 3.5 hours. Bijan Mustard, yeah, running back's gross. I'd go Dermicado over Spears, though, because at least he's in a good offense. Yeah, I'm happy we bought the dip on Judkins in best ball, but at the same time, I wish we would have gone heavier. Oh, David Njoku with the classic David Njoku hurdle. God, Njoku looks like he's turning into an offensive lineman. I always love that Njoku has like all those little wristbands on him, you know? Like he has like 3 wristbands on each arm always. Yeah. Fat Njoku flying. Njoku looks like he has an HGH belly going on. David Njoku is like one of the most athletic tight ends to ever come into the league. If you go back to his NFL combine. Like that 2017 tight end class with Njoku, Evan Ingram, OJ Howard. I mean, George Kittle was in the class. Insane. Obviously, OJ Howard didn't turn out to be anything, but he was a great prospect. Now, John is amazing here for the flex. I would play Corey Krosky-Merritt, RJ Harvey. It's going to be up to you. I think you can go back and forth. Don't play Malik Washington. Don't play Travis Hunter over him. Okay. Derek says, yeah, I remember the late fantasy drafts. You didn't want to draft Judkins because how much you did previously. Yeah, if y'all remember, like I was drafting a lot of Judkins at the 6-7 turn before the off the field stuff. Then the off the field stuff happened. He fell to going at pick like 100, and I just could not stop drafting him. And then he kept on falling to going at pick like 140, and I'm like, dear God, I want to keep drafting the dude, but I already have so much. And that was like the same thing when and it's hard because like with the off the field stuff, you don't know what's going to happen, right? Like I held the conviction and I kept on drafting Quentin Johnston as he fell. Like obviously he got nuked once he had the concussion in the preseason and he got carted off the field, and he got nuked once Keenan Allen signed. But I was still confident in drafting Quinshon Judkins. Like we were just buying the dip until the very end. I'm sorry, Quentin Johnston, but Quinshon Judkins, it was scary. Yeah, but I remember the day we did the Flock League draft is the day that Quentin Johnston got carted off. And as soon as it happened, like we were all huddled around, we were about to draft. Everybody was telling me like, oh, Quentin Johnston carted off, the big Q. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? I was devastated. Obviously it turned out that he's fine. But yeah, they are not letting Dylan Gabriel throw it. They're just running. Now, Kevo 3. I'm going to tweet out. Quinshon Judkins is just Jonathan Taylor on a bad team. God dang. Okay. So let's see. Quarterback, we are going to go Daniels over Purdy and Browning. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Cortland Sutton, Brian Thomas. Flex spots, you go with Dowdle and White. If you wanted to flip something here, you would go ahead and you would play Jalen Waddle over Brian Thomas. That's the close call, and that's what's going to be up to you. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. David Njoku touchdown. I would have preferred it going to Jerry Jeudy, but again, I'm playing against the Vikings DST, so a Browns touchdown's fine by me, kind of no matter what. Yeah, take away some Vikings DST points. Now, null day trading Dowdle and Jalen Coker. Coker's a 0 for Cortland Sutton, so yeah, we'll take Sutton. Okay. Now let's refresh, see if we have any more questions that came in. Now, AJ Richa, quarterback, go Jaden Daniels over Jackson Dart. And then in terms of the options on the bench, your best name would be like RJ Harvey, and we're not playing him over anybody. Actually, I would play RJ Harvey over Demercado. I don't trust Demercado at all. Demercado could be the third running. He's probably just the receiving back here. I think that there's a chance that Demercado keeps the same role that he had previously, and Michael Carter and Bam Knight take over the Trey Benson role. Okay. Now, let me pivot over and look at some of the roster reviews. And if you submitted a team to flockfantasy.com for a roster review, and you are waiting for it now, please let me know what your username is on the channel and on the website, and that you're waiting for a roster review. Because I accidentally messed up the system that would automatically send out the correct timestamps for these reviews. So I have to do it. If I'm going to do any team reviews, I have to make sure the person's here today. Okay. Let me go ahead and look at this. But let me see. Do we have anybody? Kevin says, hey, I submitted a start set, but the link I got sent to team review, not my question. Yes, the link got messed up. Like I said, I messed it up. If you want to let me know what your question was, I'd be happy to answer it for you now. We got AJ Richa for a team review. Excited to check this out for you. Really appreciate you. And let me see where we are at. So we are right here. 2 keepers a year, cost draft round year -1, additional, max 3 years per keeper. So we have Daniels round 11, Jacoby round 13, double IR spots. So here's the thing in general. Obviously, we want to be making an adjustment with how we value players based off format. Like if you're playing in a dynasty league, obviously we're thinking long term. But if we're looking at what we have when it comes to a redraft format, a keeper league like this where you only keep 2 players, I would say in general, we would actually just kind of treat it as if it's a redraft league, because you're always going to have 2 players that you want to keep. So we don't really need to be thinking about too much long-term value. Drop Benson for anybody. Many can pick him up and stash. Add Pearsall. Any other moves? Running back, thin, injuries abound, but I'm scrappy. Well, excited. I love the team name here. A little scrappy, dude. That's awesome. But super excited to check this out. And I would 100% say that you have to go through and you have to pick up Ricky Pearsall. One, I think Pearsall would be a great play anyway in a deeper format like this. And 2, with it as well, there's an outside chance you pick up Ricky Pearsall from waivers. He's just like a free ad for us next year as a keeper if he does come through and absolutely crush. Now, we are currently 2-2. We've scored 530 points, so we are 4th in this league in terms of points scored. Quarterback, we have Daniels, Justin Fields, Brock Purdy. So super flex league, and feel really good about these quarterbacks. Obviously, 8-team league. The bar is going to be higher across the board, though. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Bucky Irving, Chuba Hubbard. So it sucks having both Bucky and Chuba injured in the same week. But you do get the benefit of us being able to pick up Rico Dowdle, which kind of saves us. Then we have Jalen Warren, we have Trey Benson, we have Kendra Miller. I would drop Miller in favor of picking up Tony Pollard. And then I would also drop Trey Benson in favor of picking up Ricky Pearsall. So I think we would make those 2 separate swaps because we actually kind of need the wide receiver depth to play in the flexes. We have Wilson, Tet, Jacoby, Ladd, Terry McLaurin, DJ Moore. So we have plenty of wide receiver depth in theory, but with the Terry McLaurin injury, with the Chuba injury, with the Bucky Irving injury, it's just going to be a little bit tough. And crap, let me rewind Jordan Mason down. So Aaron Jones may actually look like he could be a very viable piece coming out of the bye week in that case. Let me rewind this. And yeah, Jordan Mason's down, not getting up. Let me rewind a little bit more to see the exact play. This is the screen. Yeah, I saw him catch it. I looked up whenever. Crap. Yeah, Jordan Mason looks like he's done. Way too early to know, but does not look great. It's not like Tyreek Hill level bad, but it doesn't look good. Like he didn't even try to get up. He just laid there. Okay. And then we have the elite level tight end with Trey McBride. I love your team. I think your team is going to be much better than that. We have Jaden Daniels back. In terms of moves that we make, I think you cut Benson, you cut Miller, you pick up Pearsall, you pick up Pollard. And then long term, I would love to go out there and make a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade at maybe running back 2. But short term, you're very like tied up with the moves that you can actually make on this team. The reason being is we have the Bucky injury, we have the Chuba injury, and we have the Terry McLaurin injury. So it's just going to be a little bit tough for us to go through and make trades right now. I think you just kind of optimize with what you have down there on the waiver wire. And yeah, again, with those waivers, I think I'd be cutting Miller, cutting Benson, picking up Pearsall, and picking up Pollard. Unless you think Kamara is going to get dealt, then I understand holding on to Miller. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And let me go ahead. You actually already have those additional free questions, so really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out. Now, I think there was one other person in the chat that said that they were waiting for a team review as well. If so, could you let me know what your username is? And I'll go ahead and check that out for you. But we got Swag-Roo for the team review. Okay, so let me move this over. And Kevin, let me know what your username is on the site and I'll see if we have your question. But Swagru says, looking for a quarterback upgrade, just trying to see what depth pieces I can trade away. We are Whiteside Crips. We are 4-0. We've scored 520 points. So we are right here at the top of the league in points scored. The team at 1 scored 522, right? So we have the most valuable team on this league, and it's not even remotely close. And we've essentially scored the most points in this league as well. It is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, and there's a very easy move that we want to make. If you are this loaded, where we have CMC, we have Achane, we have Judkins, we have Trevion Henderson as our running back 4. We have Ibuka wide receiver 3. We have Sutton wide receiver 4. You really just need a quarterback upgrade. Obviously, the easy thing to say is like, oh, we have Trevion Henderson RB4. Let's send him away. Or, oh, we have Cortland Sutton wide receiver 4. Let's send him away. You'll actually have probably a hard time in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format going through and selling those names. But because those names are viable, where obviously you're excited to put Cortland Sutton in your starting lineup, like what I think you could do is you could realistically afford to sell Rome. Like if you wanted to sell Rome Odunze in a 2-for-1 deal with Bo Nix to go and get the true elite quarterback like Josh Allen, I think you could do it. If you wanted to sell like Buka and CJ Stroud to try to go and get to Lamar Jackson, who's injured, or Jaden Daniels, who's coming back, you can do it because, again, you just have so much depth here that like Quinshon Judkins is hitting your flex every single week regardless. So instead of just trying to sell like the bottom end pieces like Addison or Sutton, I think you just be willing to sell like a really good wide receiver. Be willing to go through and sell somebody like Rome Odunze, somebody like Ibuka, somebody like Quinshon Judkins. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. I wish I had more for you, but the fact of the matter is you just have by far and away the best team in this league. And it's not exactly close either. So there's just frankly not much for you to do. Now, let me go over and let's answer some of the quicker questions. These are going to be the start, sit, and trades. This one from Steven says, Stevenson, Dermicado, Tolbert, Shaheed. We need one running back and one flex. I would go Stevenson over Dermicado. And then for the flex, I may actually go Tolbert. I'm going to go Tolbert. Not only do you have no Lamb, but you also have no Turpin. So it's really just Tolbert, Pickens, and I mean, no, I can't tell you. You play Dermicado. All of them are marginal plays. Dermicado is probably the receiving back in Arizona. I do think that Jalen Tolbert's for sure in play. Again, considering the fact that you don't just have one wide receiver out in Dallas, you have multiple. Okay. Now, Trey Young here at running back. Oh, it's gross. We're probably going to be playing RJ Harvey and Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. Not excited about it. Wide receiver, we're going to play Ladd McConkey for sure. And then in the flex, Troy Franklin or Josh Downs. I may actually go Downs. I know he's been horrible, but you have no Alec Pierce. And they've said that Adonai Mitchell is going to be playing less. So realistically, there is a chance that we actually get to see a little more Josh Downs this week. Now, Darren not trading. We're going to start Kyron Judkins, assuming that they already put him in your lineup, which I'd assume we would. Assuming you already started Puka. We're going to go Ibuka, wide receiver 2, tight end, Hunter Henry. And then in the flex, I will take Brian Thomas here kind of easily, where you get the guaranteed volume. But anything but a safety. Anything but a safety. There we go. God dang, Judkins is good. God, Judkins is good. Judkins 99 yards would go crazy, but it ain't happening. Okay, let's refresh to see if we have any more in. Let me send out some more free questions in the chat just because we don't have many questions to go through right now. So appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Again, if you want free questions, all you got to do is go down to the chat right now and drop your flockfantasy.com username. And on top of that, make sure that you go ahead and drop a like on this stream to qualify to get those free questions. And if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you always could by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting a $100 bonus after you play your first $5. And on top of that, you'll get a free Drake May pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for tonight's game. And I want to reiterate that you'll get free questions for these live streams. And I'm streaming every single day, all the way until Christmas. And you can find the link in the description as well as the live chat. But let's go ahead and let's send out a free question over to Kev real quick. It's going to be Kev03. Just found you on the site and just sent you over that free start set question. Send this one over to Dwight Fry. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Send another one out to Cultivated Tarot. Just found you and just sent you over a free start set as well. And let me make sure that Bitter Hornet here has some additional trades too. So Bitter Hornet just sent you over a couple more trade vouchers on top of that. So in case you have anything that you want help with. Here, Woody Marks, Chase Brown, Mason Taylor. Oh, I would 100% make this deal on your team for Trey McBride. Like, you selling the depth running backs not going to negatively impact you whatsoever. Like, getting Trey McBride here would be an absolute no-brainer. Okay. Now, let's hit next question. Let's refresh this, see if we have any more. We don't. So let me know in the chat if you have any teams that you're waiting for me to take a look at. as if you submitted a roster review on the site? And if so, just let me know your Jorge, let me know your team review. Let me know your username on the site, and then I'll go ahead and check out your team. But this should probably be the last bathroom break I got to take, but give me 1 second to go pee. Xavier Scott, fumble. Browns have ball. And I think I'm going up against I said Vikings defense. Yeah, I'm going up against the Vikings DST. So good. And got enough to go up against the Browns DST. Bald Mason says, nice shorts. Yes, sir. I'm rocking currently swim trunks because it is laundry day and I don't have clean regular shorts. So we're in the swim trunks right now. But I know we said previously that we had a team review to get to from Jorge. We are waiting for him to let us know his team name. Or, I mean, his team review name, his username. He never did. So you got to let me know what your name is on the site, my friend. But I think we saw somebody else give us their name on the site. Let me see. I think we saw somebody else. We got J2 Wavy for a team review. J2 Wavy just found you. Excited to check this out. Says, hey, Mason, been really patient with Chase Brown. Not sure if I should hold or sell. So here's the thing, man. Nobody's going to buy. So you are with zero options with Chase Brown. Your only option is you just go ahead and you hold on to him. Now, not sure if worried Hill Moreau eat into Juwan Johnson's production. Yes, sir. I am as well. I moved Juwan Johnson down my rest of season rankings. Any trades you suggest? Appreciate your brother. You the GOAT. Love the content. Really appreciate you and excited to check this out. So it's a 14-team league. So realistically, the Chase Brown production is probably something that we just need to hold on to because we're going to need him for the running back depth. We are 2-2. We are 11th in this league in terms of points scored. We're kind of middle of the road in terms of value on the team. Quarterback, we have Bo Nix as well as Justin Fields. Start Justin Fields this week for sure. There are actually decent options on waivers at quarterback. That's not always the case in a 14-team league. Sometimes it's absolutely disastrous. But I honestly kind of like rostering both Bo Nix and Justin Fields and just playing the matchups between the two quarterbacks here weekly. Now, looking at what we have at running back, we have Etienne, Kenneth Walker, Chase Brown. So running back, 14-team league, HN an absolute hammer at RB1, and then have like Kenneth Walker, Chase Brown, RB2, RB3. Absolutely love to see it. Wide receiver, Wilson, Sutton, Jacoby. We have plenty of depth of wide receiver. Who gives a damn about Juwan Johnson? I love your team. 10-team league would be garbage. Don't get me wrong. But 14-team format, you're in a very good spot here. Trying to think of what we could possibly say with this team. If Christian Watson wasn't on your IR and if he was actually in your roster, I would obviously cut him. I'd pick up Luther Burden. But I hate to say this, J2 Wavy. Let me know if you have any specific questions with this team other than do you sell Chase Brown, which I don't think you do. I'm worried about Juwan Johnson as well, but you're still starting him this week over the waiver wire names. And realistically, I don't think I can tell you to like go out there and trade for a tight end because you have Kyle Pitts in the long run anyway. So you're A-okay. And Judkins is so good. I see him run the ball and it's like, oh, okay, well, he gets tackled at the line. Looks like there's no space at all. It's going to be a loss of a yard. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, he picked up 6. Judkins looks great. Young Poppy says, can't link my team because it's ESPN. Sage. Okay, apparently can't spell, but super easy to link your league. All you got to do is go on the computer, go on a browser other than Safari, add the extension, sign into ESPN. Ooh, Dylan Gabriel, come on. Sign into ESPN, sign into flockfantasy.com in separate windows, open up the extension, hit sync, and then it will sync your league for you. Okay, I have no idea how Judkins got through that. That was incredible. Okay, Jorge, it's Jaeger. Appreciate you, and I will look at this for you, my friend. I want to make sure J2 Wavy doesn't have anything else for us here, because realistically, I hate to say it, but obviously the worst kind of reviews I do are the ones where I say, good team, leave as is. Which I think here for your league settings, that is what I would say. I think this is a good team I'd leave as is. But I don't see anything else from J2 Wavy. I'm sorry, my friend. But yeah, I wish I had more for you, but I'm not going to tell you to make a trade just for the purpose of making a trade. I think you have a good team. Now, we will get to Team Jaeger in 1 second, but okay, so I see you're the most recent one. But first, let me make sure that if we have any quick questions that we need to get through, we can. Now, Dale's son, wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Michael Pittman Jr. And then you go Marv for the upside, Pittman for the floor. It's going to be up to you there. And then for the flex, I'd play Alvin Kamara. But I could go back and forth between Pittman and Marv, to be honest. Andrew says, is Underdog available in Canada? Underdog is available in Canada outside of Ontario. Jill07, wide receiver, I'm going to go with Tet McMillan. I'm sorry, for the flex, Tet McMillan over Ladd McConkey and J.K. Dobbins. Now, Nico, for the flex, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take T. Higgins here. Don't love it, but you're doing it. Now, Chaka Rolls says, guide me to victory, please. I'm 1-3. Appreciate you, my guy. Here, our best option on the bench could be Jamison Williams, and we're not putting JMO over any of these names. So realistically, you leave this as is. And honestly, if we fall to 1-4 and Lamar looks like he's going to continue to miss time, you may end up needing to sell Lamar. But let's move this back over. And let's go back to Team Jaeger. Says, hey, Mason, thanks for all you do. Currently sitting at 4-0, projected to win this week, so possibly 5-0. Hell yes. And you're the number one team in the league by far, value-wise. Look at the chart. Nobody comes close to us. Scored 410 points, which is a third in this league in terms of total points scored. So obviously, we're looking at long-term upside here, right? You don't necessarily need to concern yourself with short-term production. And Juan, could you please Jorge, could you please let me know if this is a PPR or a non-PPR league? Because the league analyzer is telling us that this is a non-PPR format. So I want to give you advice as if that's the case, but I definitely need to confirm that beforehand. If it is a non-PPR league, I will say in that instance, I would really want to go ahead and I really would want to hopefully get to a top end quarterback, just because quarterback's going to make up such a high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. Bald Mason says Jordan Mason's back. Let me see. We got Bald Mason talking to regular Mason, talking about Jordan Mason. We got a lot of Masons out here. Yeah, Jordan Mason is back in the game. Okay. Okay. Oh, Browns almost picked Wentz again. I don't know. That would have been the first time. I guess the other turnovers have been fumbles. But we're waiting for Jorge to let us know if this is a non-PPR or PPR. So if it's a non-PPR format, I would absolutely love to get to an elite quarterback like Josh Allen if there's any possibility of it. Like non-PPR league, obviously this is so different than what I'd say in a PPR format. But non-PPR league, even if Drake May's been averaging 20 points per game, I would still go ahead and sell the combination of Jackson Smith and Jigba and Josh Allen and Drake May to go get Josh Allen. Jorge says corrected standard. Yeah, I think you go out there. God, Jefferson, great catch. I think you would go out there and you would try to quote unquote overpay for the elite QB. Outside of that, your team's amazing. Like again, like I already said, you have by far and away more value than anybody else in this league. We have Jahmyr Gibbs, incredible RB1, HN, incredible RB2. Bucky Irving, incredible RB3. We have Rachaad White for the short-term fill-in here as well. Non-PPR format, I'd actually consider throwing Rachaad White into the flex this week over the receiver. Wide receiver, JSN, Tat, Egbuka. You have DJ Moore for free off waivers. So in a non-PPR format, I think it's incredibly simple what we'd be wanting to do here. And that's, if possible, I would absolutely love to send the combination of like Egbuka and Drake May, or even like if we could go Egbuka and Drake May and get to Lamar Jackson in a non-PPR format, I think that'd make a lot of sense because quarterbacks are at a premium, wide receivers are at a discount in a standard league. And then we have the other quarterbacks that we can play for now. Then hold still to what we have at running back. If you're able to make that 2-for-1 deal to get to an elite QB, that would allow us to drop one of the quarterbacks and pick up an additional option off waivers. I think the number one play, if we can sell that wide receiver for a quarterback upgrade, would be just picking up DJ Moore for free for the depth pieces. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And if there's anything else I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But I'm going to go ahead and send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to ask. I'd be happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. Okay, so now our next question is going to be out from Bitter Hornet. It says, realistically, will anyone accept Chase Brown in a trade, or do we have to package him with someone? I think this trade would be possible. I think you're going to have to package him with somebody, but like the Trey McBride trade that you sent over, like God, Vikings missed the kick. The Trey McBride trade you sent over, I would be very surprised if you could get that done. This does seem a little bit more realistic if this team needs a running back. But I would say Chase Brown himself, probably most people aren't going to be willing to trade for. You can obviously go out there and you can try to make that play. But it is much easier said than done. Oh. But yeah, I think Chase Brown's somebody that I'm not really telling people to trade away just because it's like, I can't tell anybody to trade away any of the Bengals right now. Just because nobody's trading for them. Dat Boy Gill, quarterback. We have to play Dart, obviously, with no Lamar. I would prefer other quarterbacks off waivers, though, just considering the fact that you have no Neighbors. Dart dealing with the hamstring, probably going to run the ball a little bit less. Running back, give me Rashad White over Kenneth Walker, Woody Marks. Wide receiver, Egbuka and Jamo. Tight end, Mason Taylor. And then in the flex, we will take Kenneth Walker. Yeah, Jorge, I wish I had more for you. Just the thing is, man, your team's really good. So there's not much I can say. Bench Cormer says, Puka's available. Am I giving up too much or no? General rule of thumb is if you could trade for Puka Nacua or Christian McCaffrey, it is impossible to overpay for them. They should be viewed as true untouchable assets that if you're ever able to go and get them, you are winning the deal. So looking at this, like, I would rather have Puka here under the context that this is an 8-team league. This is filled out as if this is an 8-team format. Which, if that's the case, give me Puka Nacua. Now, if it's a 12-team league with multiple flex spots, like it is in my league, then no, you probably prefer the Josh Jacobs and JSN side. But the gap between Puka and JSN in points per game is actually going to be massive. So I really would like to make this deal if possible. Okay. Now, let's move over to our next one, which is going to be from Abraham. Trading DJ Moore for T. Higgins. I have them wide receiver 39, wide receiver 37 rest of season. So it is frankly going to be up to you. But I personally prefer T. Higgins just by 2 spots. But it's a personal preference. Now, Bitter Hornet trading Mason Taylor and Tajay Spears for Dallas Goedert. Running back, we have Woody Marks, Bijan, Scat, Chase Brown, Rigo Dowdle. So you have plenty of running back depth. I'm okay with you making this move. Because the thing is, like, the upside of Spears is probably going to be capped because the offense is garbage anyway. Okay. Now let's refresh this. Wonderful 8. It says I'm 2-2 and stuck on who to start. Wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Ladd McConkey. And then down in the flex, this is tough. Woody Marks are, I think you can go Godwin. If you wanted to go Woody Marks, I'm not going to fault you whatsoever. If you want to go Marks, Flowers, and Godwin are all the same. Just for the love of God, don't start RJ Harvey. Can y'all please spam the chat? Which side would you want? Would you want Godwin? Would you want Flowers? Or would you want Woody Marks? Let me know. Who are you playing here? Godwin, Flowers, or Marks? God, Judkins again. How many yards is Judkins up to? $95 rushing yards for Judkins. I thought that he had more receiving involvement than that. Like Judkins has had a great day, but the fantasy points haven't exactly been there because you don't really have the receiving usage so far. But Dylan Gabriel just hasn't thrown the ball. But look in the chat, we got Woody, Flowers, Woody, Marks. Looks like it's split with most people going with Woody Marks. Again, for me, I'm hesitant. I do think that Woody Marks is taking over, but it wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world if Nick Chubb had more touches this week. Andrew says Judkins would be at 170 if it wasn't for penalties. Again, the thing with that is he probably wouldn't have had that long rushing touchdown if it wasn't for the holding anyway. So I don't think you can say that. Now, T-Mitts, running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Travis Etienne. And then in the flex full PPR format, give me Sutton over Walker. Walker looking like he's going to be in that 50-50 split. Yeah, I mean, I saw the Judkins 60-yard touchdown called back. But again, I think there was a blatant hold on the edge. So, like, realistically, Browns didn't commit that holding. There's a chance that Judkins would have got tackled would have got tackled at the line of scrimmage, right? God, what was that, Dylan Gabriel? We just got a report that Lamar Jackson has a quote-unquote outside shot to play week 6. Does not sound great if you ask me. Does not sound great. No number says he needs Bond points. Well, my friend, I need Jerry Jeudy points, and Jerry Jeudy ain't doing anything. All right, hopefully... let me pull this up real quick. How many points am I at? Thank God at least the Vikings DST is looking horrible. They've only scored 3 points so far. So, still like 50-50 who wins my matchup this week, but freaking Jerry Jeudy. I almost would have been better putting TJ Hawkinson in the flex. Let's see. Our next one's going to be Amon level. Running back, we have Scat, Amari Hampton. And then for the flex, I'd play Travis Etienne. Again, projections are super low on Kenneth Walker this week. Okay. JC says, are we moving Judkins? You ranked him low, Mason. We have Quinshon Judkins. Let me pull him up with where he is in our rest of season ranks. Let's see this. I have Quinshon Judkins in our rest of season rankings. At RB 15. Here's the thing with Quinshon Judkins. Extremely talented running back. I drafted him a bunch. Really rooting for our guy. But realistically speaking, he is a first and second down running back in one of the league's worst offenses. Has that changed from this game? Not exactly. So I don't know if we need to be moving Quinshon Judkins up from RB 15. He looks great. Like, Judkins has himself a phenomenal day from a real life perspective. But is he going to finish higher than RB 15 in fantasy points this week? I don't know. Let's see if he draws some more targets. Yeah, TJ Hawkinson officially more points than Jerry Jeudy. I would have been better off putting TJ Hawkinson in my flex spot. Chetta trading Barkley, Scat, and Hunter Henry for Gibbs, Jackson Dart. Oh, this says Super Flex League. If this is a super flex league, give me the Gibbs and Dart side. If it's a one quarterback format, give me the Barkley side. House says over Breece Hall, though. The thing with Breece Hall is going to outscore Quinshon Judkins in a full PPR format. Breece Hall can have himself an ugly day, but if he has 5 receptions for 30 receiving yards, Breece Hall drops. Like, Breece Hall didn't have himself a phenomenal day this past week against the Miami Dolphins. He scored 16 points, which is more points than Judkins has scored so far. It's just the fact of the matter is, I know we want to get excited and look at Quinshon Judkins balling out and looking great, but if you're looking at a running back that's going to catch the ball versus a running back that's not, JD Skinner, we're going to go CMC and Genty at running back. Wide receiver, we have Olave, Debo, and then I guess Downs. Tight end, we're going to go with Hunter Henry. And then for the flex, I think we have Keon Coleman. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, Clark Kev. Wide receiver, Garrett Wilson's the auto start here. I would take out Malik Washington and you put in Jalen Waddle there easily. For the love of God, don't be playing Malik Washington over Jalen Waddle. Yeah, Jordan Mason almost had the big play, but then flag calls it back. Let's refresh this. And again, if anybody here submitted a roster review and is waiting for me to look at it and wants me to look at it now, I can. Just let me know in the live chat what your flockfantasy.com username is. I can't do them right now unless you're in the chat because the timestamp accidentally got messed up on the live stream. So I can only answer questions for people that are actually in the stream. But with this, as I solve for that, let's send out some free questions on the site. Again, to get those free questions, stupid simple. All you got to do is drop a like on the stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And then also, if you wanted to get guaranteed free questions, you can do so by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go ahead and go to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get $100 added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Drake May pick, higher or lower, half a total yard, as well for tonight's game. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state, and they've been the only sponsor on this channel for 5 years, and this has been by far and away the best offer that they've ever done. At least I've ever seen them do. Okay. And that link is in the description, and it's in the live chat. But let's send this out. Free question over to Matty Osh. God, how many points does the Browns DST have? Oh, there's a flag. Matty Rosh, I can't find you. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. If not, you can add it to your account page. The only way I can find you on my users page is if you use code FLOCK. Let's see if we can find Clavy33. Just found you. Always appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream, my guy. And just sent you over that free start set question. Let's send one over to Friendly Outlaw. Just found you and just sent you over a free start set question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream. And let's send this over to Fins Up One. That's I know is always out here with us. Fins Up One. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set as well. Okay. And let's move this over. And I don't think we have anybody in the chat saying that they have a roster review waiting for us. So let's refresh, see if we have any quick questions. Which we don't. So let's just go ahead and let's answer some of the questions in the chat right now. If you have any general questions, just drop them in the chat and we will try to answer them to the best of our ability. And let me move this back. Okay, let's see. We got Chris Godwin or Stephon Diggs. For me, I would go ahead. I would take Chris Godwin here, honestly, kind of easily as well. Like Chris Godwin, I was not excited to start him at all last week, but he played 80% of the snaps his first week in, and he saw 10 targets. So he actually looks like a much better play now than he was previously. Okay. Now, let's go over to our next one. This is going to be Tet or Sutton. Both plays are incredibly strong. I really do like the matchup that Tet has, where that offense actually projects to be very high scoring. So I would probably go ahead and I think I would actually play Tet. But it is pretty close there. Okay. See, Jalen Tolbert or Jaden Higgins. I would very easily play Jalen Tolbert in this instance. You have no Lamb and you have no Turpin. So it actually should be a much better spot for Jalen Tolbert, which I'm going to be honest with y'all. One of the worst things that I did, obviously we did a bunch of bad things. But one of the worst things that I did in Underdog Best Ball drafts this year is I went through and I actually drafted a lot of Jalen Tolbert in round 18. Thinking that this was offense was going to have a ton of passing volume, blah, blah, blah. And it clearly was shaping up to be horrendous. But now at this point, it actually looks like Jalen Tolbert may be viable. Are we super excited about it? No, but I think we can get maybe a spot where we end up getting away from it. I mean, getting away with it. We may end up being very lucky here. Okay, now Dowdle or Flowers or Michael Carter. So I was a little bit more optimistic with Michael Carter earlier in the week. But what's come out of Arizona as of late is that they're really just going to be riding the hot hand, including actually Bam Knight here, which in that instance, if you have Bam Knight mixed in where it's a 3-man running back by committee, it's probably going to be a tougher spot for me to go through and say, to start Michael Carter. I think there you probably just go ahead and you play Zay Flowers. I don't have much interest in Flowers again. I would want to avoid him if possible, just considering the fact that while typically the Baltimore Ravens project out as a top 5 offense in the NFL, this week instead, they are projecting out as a bottom 5 offense, which shouldn't be that big of a surprise, of course, knowing that you have no Lamar. Okay. Now, let's move this over, see if we have any more questions in the chat we can find. Dermicado or Trevion Henderson. I have no interest in playing Dermicado this week. I definitely want him to be rostered in every, like if I had any team where he wasn't rostered in the league, I would pick him up and see what happens. But if I was going to be playing a Arizona back, it would be Michael Carter. And if you don't have Michael, and I would rather avoid playing him as well. Like with all the Arizona running backs, if you can try to not play them, let's do it. But if you had to play one, it's Michael Carter, and I'm not interested in playing anybody else. Okay. Myth says, who do I drop between Pacheco or Miller? Also, who do I start between Dowdle or Marks? I'm an idiot, so I would probably drop Miller over Pacheco. And then between Dowdle and Marks, I am very, very confident in telling you to play Rico Dowdle. Like one thing that I can confidently say here is if you have Dowdle, if you have Rashad White, they need to be in your starting lineup. Woody Marks is an upside shot. He looks very good. He looks like he is taking over the committee in Houston. But he is still sadly having to compete with Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb still has had about 15 opportunities every single week so far this season. While we are expecting that Woody Marks is the starting running back at this point, realistically speaking, it's not going to be the most surprising thing in the world if Nick Chubb is the starter. That's not my expectation, but that is a possibility. Okay. Let me see if we have any quick questions. So we actually have some questions on the site that we need to get through real quick. This one coming out from Banzo Mike. It's trading Igbuka, Pickens for Chase and Sutton. Pickens to Chase, long-term give me Chase. Igbuka to Sutton, long-term give me Igbuka. Honestly, this is a fair deal. It's going to come down to your personal preference. Most people in the chat would tell you the Igbuka side, but I'd have a hard time saying that with confidence, knowing the ceiling we have from Chase, even in a bad offense. Now, let me address this real quick. G, I don't know if you've seen the announcement, but we have a bunch of hats. I ordered 2,500 hats. And that my fiance and I are going to be shipping them out to all of y'all. And again, I can't our house is tiny. There's no way in hell we can have all these hats stored for years. So I want to get y'all the hats. I'm not selling them, but if you are a paid member of the site, just go to the recent post section. And if you fill out this free merch giveaway, I know it says 4,200 views in the post. Last I checked this morning, we had 900 responses. So in reality, we are still far, far, far away from getting 2,500 people to claim their free merch. I just need to include this announcement in a video instead of only talking about it in streams. But there are definitely 2,500 paid members of the site, so we should for sure be able to get y'all hats. I mean, we should be able to find 2,500 people to send these hats out to. But just go over and fill out this Google form. Let me know what hat you want. Let me know where to send the hat to. And I'd be super happy to go through and get you a hat shipped out. And you can let me know what design you want, what you want. So just go to the post section on flockfantasy.com and then fill out that Google form. You should have access to it as long as you're a paid member of the site. And then, and obviously it's not going to cost you anything to fill out the Google form. And I'm covering all the shipping and everything, so it's legit free. So So just please make sure you fill out a Google form. Now, Shiny Gazebo trading Dobbins, DJ Moore, Zay Flowers, Devontae Adams for Rice, Barkley, and Judkins. Adams to Rice, lateral move depending on your team. Dobbins to Judkins, massive upgrade. Flowers and DJ Moore to Barkley, massive upgrade. So this is the Judkins and Barkley side. It's not close. Dakota says on the form is 1 star most wanted or least wanted. 1 star is least wanted. 5 star is most wanted. Winder says Daniels or Herbert with the Daniels brace. I'm going to go Jaden Daniels even with the brace. Drop Woody and the waiver wire Dowdle over Kenneth Walker. I wouldn't. So here's the thing. I would play Rico Dowdle if we were looking at the setup in which, like, we are just in a vacuum ranking running backs for this week. And of course, another freaking TJ Hawkinson reception the week that I bench him. I would rank them as like Dowdle, Walker, then Woody. But rest of season, that's not going to be the case because it's not like Hubbard's out rest of year. So I wouldn't drop Woody Marks for Rico Dowdle. I would just play Kenneth Walker this week if you don't have another player that you could drop for Dowdle. Because, like, you'd rather have Dowdle this week, but the rest of season, that's not going to be the situation. Okay, Vikings, please score quickly. That way Jerry Jeudy gets some points for me. Donald's dominance starts at Harvey Keon. Thoughts on Ladd for Breece Hall trade? I'd rather have Breece Hall over Ladd. And then Harvey or Keon. I think you can go with Harvey if you want, but it's close. Now, marker word for the flex. I mean, you don't have anything you can do. You're just kind of stuck as is. Obviously, I'd rather flex somebody over by Shelton, but if you have these guys on bye and then we have Brock Bowers injured, like, you are kind of out of luck. Now, Kramachi here for the flex. I would probably play Michael Carter over Sharps myself because, well, I want to avoid the Arizona backs. There's still the outside chance that Michael Carter Jr. just has the majority of the work here, and he is the guy, where there is not that possibility when it comes to Charbonnet. Okay. Now, friendly outlaw quarterback Justin Herbert versus Justin Fields. Give me Fields. Running back, give me Rachaad White. And then for the flex, probably, yeah, we're going to go Kamara over Olave. Fins up here at running back. Give me Rachaad White. No, we have Achane. Never mind. Go Achane. Wide receiver, Garrett Wilson and Waddle. Tight end, give me Hunter Henry over Mason Taylor. And then for the flexes, we're going to go Rachaad White and Rico Dowdle. Real easy. Now, Cultivated Taro says 1 and 3 need a win. Flex Woody or Marv. I would flex Marv. Again, don't get me wrong. You do have a ton of upside with Woody Marks. But you have downside with them as well. Like, there is that outside chance that Nick Chubb is still the guy in Houston. Is it likely? No. It's definitely a lot more likely that it's Woody Marks instead, but it's not a guarantee one way or another. So I would play Marv and let Woody Marks show you one more week of him playing the majority of the snaps in a game that's not a blowout. Okay. Now, Grande Dawn here. Jordan Addison, touchdown. We got 25 seconds. So possibly, just possibly, we get a Jerry Jeudy reception or two. I'm not a greedy man. I will, at this point, sign up for 1 Jerry Jeudy reception for 20 receiving yards. You give me that, I leave this game a happy man. Jerry Jeudy, just 1 reception for 20 receiving yards. It's all I ask. Now, Grande Don, running back, you're going Rico Dowdle here easily. Then for the flex, I would probably play Michael Carter over Tony Pollard. I think Pollard's going to be a very difficult start now that you have Tajay Spears good to go. Okay. Now, 1K11. Running back, I'm going to take Chase Brown over Woody Marks. Wide receiver, give me Egbuka and Sutton. Tight end, Goddard. And then in the flex, we'll go with Jacoby Myers and A.J. Brown. But I think Jacoby Myers is probably somebody that you have to play when you have no Bowers. Let me know what y'all think of this. And I know this is completely off the rails, and this is. Not completely off topic. I mean, it's football. What do y'all like about special teams this year being way more important than it has in years past with the rule changes? Do you like that they're making special teams relevant? It's like, for me, I don't know if I need to see a kickoff every time. Like, I don't know if I need to see like, oh, this kickoff matters. Dylan Gabriel, who is that? Freaking Isaiah Bond of all people. Are you kidding me? What did I say, Dylan? I said I'd be happy with a single, not a greedy man, a single Jerry Jeudy reception for 20 receiving yards. Now, at this point, I will sign up for, and I will allow you to hit Jerry Jeudy on a 10-yard out to set you up closer for the Hail Mary. Okay? I'm not asking for a Jerry Jeudy Hail Mary touchdown. I know that's not reasonable. Hit Jerry Jeudy on a 10-yard out. Let him get out of bounds. And give me 2 points. You're already going Hail Mary? Why didn't you just try to get a little bit closer? All right. GG, what happened? I don't have the audio on. How's the game not over? Kevin O'Connell called the timeout now, pretending like he didn't. Is that what happened? Now, CX Lids, quarterback, give me Fields over Caleb. And then in the flex, Michael Carter versus Stephon Diggs is the decision. Actually, I would go Keenan Allen over Stephon Diggs still. And you got to hope that the big Q doesn't continue to dominate target volume here with us having both Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen in the lineup. Jay says the link for the hats doesn't work. It does, my friend. There have been like 900 responses to the form. So I tried refreshing. If you're continuing to have issues, you can email support@flockfantasy.com. But the link for the hats work. Okay. Not even to Jerry Jeudy on that. Huh? Paul says, yes, it does work. It just did. Johnny says the link. Yeah, the link works. I promise. Kavya says, so the hat's free. If you're a paid member of the site, so if you're like an annual mother flocker, then yeah, the hats are free. I'll pay for shipping. I already bought the hats. Again, the site was, especially with the season pass, the site was more successful this year than it had ever been. So I'm just trying to get back to y'all in any way that I can. So again, just go to the post section, click this, go ahead and fill out this Google form. Let me know where you want me to ship the hat, and let me know what hat you want. I'll be super happy to get it over for you. Now, M. Chambers, here running back. If you only need one of these names, I'm going to go Ashton Genty. If you need two, I'd also go White. And wide receiver, I'm going to go Pickens. If you need two, give me Debo. And then you'd also put Dowdle in the flex. Actually, probably Etienne in the flex. But regardless, you'd flex a running back. Okay. Let's refresh this. I think we are all cut up on questions here. So let me go ahead and send out some more free ones in the chat. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions will be drop a like on the live stream and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And of course, you can also just get guaranteed free questions by taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to 1,000. I'm sorry, that was the old promo. The new one's 10,000 times better. I'm sorry, I just said the old one 1,000 times. But the new promo, which is why a lot more of y'all are signing up than y'all have in a long time, is after you play $5, you get $100 added into your account. And on top of that, you're going to get a free Drake May pick, higher, lower, half a total yard. Underdog Fantasy is available in almost every single state. And you can find the link in the description, and you can find the link in the live chat as well. Use code FLOCK for those promos, as well as getting free questions in the live stream. Let's go ahead and let's send out a free question to Cat in the Frats. I know we've sent you one out before. Appreciate you always hanging out with us, my guy. So we got Cat in the Frats. Just found you and just sent you over a free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Let's see this. Send this other one over to J Freed 18. Freed 18. And here's what we can do instead. I can actually just answer, because we only have about 15 minutes left, so it's going to take a little bit of time for you to send in questions on the site. So we can just answer questions in the chat. So if you have any questions that you want to ask, just go ahead and drop them in the live chat, and we will answer as many as we possibly can. In 1 second. All right, we are back. Let's answer some of these questions. This is going to be Olave or Zay Flowers. I'm going to go Olave. Typically, it's Zay Flowers because Zay Flowers is just in an offense that's going to score more points and have more touchdown opportunities. However, is that the case this week? No, that's not really the case this week. This week, you're actually in a spot in which we can say that the offenses are going to be comparable, and Olave just typically gets more target volume. So I think you go with Olave there. Now, next one, it's going to be, how do you feel about Addison moving forward? So obviously it's tough to say much about Jordan Addison after this game, because realistically, you obviously have Jordan Addison missing the first half, right? I'm sorry, not the first half, the first quarter, disciplinary, blah, blah, blah. So if we're going to go through, if we're going to look at the snap data, if we're going to look at the target share numbers, those are just completely skewed. Now, let me see what the official numbers were with Jordan Addison from this. Obviously, get the touchdown at the end. That kind of saves the fantasy day. And I will say, too, we have yet to see Jordan Addison with McCarthy. My assumption would be that we end up getting McCarthy coming out of the bye week. I could be wrong, but if I think it'd be very surprising if we ended up having Carson Wentz after week 6. So Jordan Addison in this game, he had 6 targets out of 35 potential team pass attempts. And keep in mind, like we already said, it's tough just to look at those numbers because you didn't have Addison in the first quarter. Addison looked good in this game. So realistically speaking, I think you should be pretty excited about Addison. I mean, in comparison to where we had Jordan Addison in our rest of season rankings before this game, I think we probably need to move him up. We had him in a range in which he was somebody that you weren't really excited to start, and he was just a bye week fill-in. Coming into this, we had Jordan Addison inside the same tier as Ricky Pearsall, J-Mo, Keenan, Pittman, Terry, Higgins. At this point, I'm going to move Jordan Addison out of T. Higgins. I'd move him out of Terry. Move him ahead of Keenan. Probably have Jordan Addison as a wide receiver 3 rest of season. Because again, I mean, I don't know if it's a great offense. While at the same time, we can say that Justin Jefferson is going to dominate the target volume here. So it's tough for me to just go through and say oh yeah, Jordan Addison for sure a must-start player going into the future. Christopher says Daniels or May for the safe play. If you were just going for safety and not the upside, you'd probably play Drake May. Especially knowing it's a spot in which the Patriots are massive dogs here by about a touchdown or slightly more. Cringe says, Mason's slight injury scare, any worry? I mean, he came back into the game, right? We can go right back over and look at the official stat line from Jordan Mason. But Jordan Mason fumbled at the beginning, so it looked like it was over for him. But he still comes through with the rushing touchdown. You still get almost 15 fantasy points from him. I would say with Jordan Mason, again, he's proven at this point that he's not going to be a great receiving back. So realistically speaking, you're probably not going to be wanting to ever go through and play him in a game that Aaron Jones does play. Because I think you're most likely going to see Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones split this backfield once you do get Aaron Jones back in. But let me move over, and I think we actually had a couple of questions come in on the site. So this is from Jay Scott, says, I'm not sure who to start. It is a 12-team half PPR format. So for the flex, it's either Devonta Smith or Michael Carter. Maybe we would have said Michael Carter earlier in the week when we were more confident with him being the starting running back in Arizona. But realistically speaking, there is just a lot of downside with that at this point, where you do have just the coaching staff coming through and saying no, Bam Knight's going to get involved as well. So in that instance, I think you just go ahead. I think you play it safe with Devonta Smith, especially with Smith kind of making a scene here in Philadelphia. There's a chance that they just go out there and throw the ball to prove a point in this game. Now, Ghost with our next one. Wide receiver, we have Xavier Worthy. And then down in the flex, it's either going to come down to Rachaad White, Travis Etienne, or Courtland Sutton. Full PPR format, not going to fault you to go Courtland Sutton. To be honest with you, though, if you really did start Matthew Stafford and Quinshon Judkins, so we're off to a little bit of a hot start. Knowing myself, if this was truly my team, What I would look to do is I probably would play Rachaad White and just get the safety of it. But you never know. There is the outside chance that you end up seeing like Sean Tucker with a decent little role here. Not a guarantee by any means, but still. Now, Jay Freed with our next one. Here we need 2 flexes. I'm going to play Brian Thomas in the between Godwin and Woody Marks. It is up to you, but make sure you put Godwin in. I asked the live stream this earlier, and earlier what they had is they actually had Woody Marks being the play, but I don't exactly know if that's easy to say here. Now, Cronax says, I'm 2-2. We have Lamb and Rice coming back soon. Jacobs to Bijan, clear upgrade. JSN to Brian Thomas, clear downgrade. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We'll have Lamb, Rice, Brian Thomas, Quentin Johnson. So here's my thing. I don't think you can do this right now because I think you need JSN for this week. But if you could make this trade after the games, I would be completely fine with it. Specifically with your league settings where the depth's not going to matter as much in your league. So obviously it does make a lot of sense for us to just go out there and for us to just get the true elite level option with Bijan Robinson, who is in a different tier. Okay. Now, Tyler says, how are you analyzing the Browns tight ends after today's game? I mean, we can go over and we can pull this up. Obviously, they both score. David Njoku has 9 targets. You have Harold Fannin with 4. The thing that we talked about and why it wasn't interesting to pick up Isaiah Bond for us was because you could have expected some of the Cedric Tillman targets to start going over to the tight ends here instead. I already had David Njoku ranked ahead of Harold Fannin. I think I can probably move Njoku even higher in these rankings now that we have the confirmation that he's going to be the guy that's getting the additional target volume, however, with no Cedric Tillman in this offense. But realistically, am I super excited to jam him in? No, not really. Texted Lie says, did this game move Judkins up or down? So positives with Judkins. Judkins looked great. Obviously, every time he touched the ball, he looked like he got a couple extra yards in comparison to what he should have. And then if we were looking at what we have with the usage, it's the same exact thing that we had said previously. And which is why I don't have Judkins as an RB1, and which is why people get upset with us for quote unquote having him too low, even though I freaking drafted the dude all off season. Realistically speaking, he is a first and second down running back in the league's worst offense. So the receiving skill set's not going to be, I mean, the receiving skill set's fine, but the receiving usage isn't exactly going to be there. He's not in the game in 2-minute drills. You have 6 targets going to the running back position in this Cleveland Browns offense, and 2 of them go to Quinshon. So I still kind of have Quinshon Judkins where we had him previously. I don't think much changed with this, to be honest. Okay. Now let's move this over. Daniel Jones or Kyler. I would go Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones, really good game environment. The Colts project score a ton of points. Now, let's see. Carter, Henderson, or Slayton? Anybody but Slayton. Are we starting Ridley? I have Sean Tucker and Deonta Thornton on the bench. Need a flex. I would rather not start Ridley, but if our next best option is Sean Tucker, then yes, you're starting Calvin Ridley. But I think we'll probably call the live stream here. Again, I want to reiterate that if y'all want to take advantage of the best offer that I have ever seen Underdog do, they have been the only sponsor of this channel for 5 years now. And they are running a promo that you play $5, you get $100 added to your account with code FLOCK. And on top of that, you're going to get a free Drake May pick for tonight's game, higher, lower, half a total yard as well. And on top of that, you are going to be getting free questions that you can ask in these live streams that I'm going to be streaming every single day until Christmas. So this is the #1 way that you can support the channel. And again, like I said, I've never seen Underdog do anything remotely close to this. This is an incredible promo. And that's why I've been so annoying with it lately, because I truly do think that you should take advantage. But I think that's all I got for y'all. I really appreciate you. I'm really wishing you the best of luck in week 5. And yeah, it looks like this may be the first week I'm going to lose. Jerry Jeudy, thanks for starting us off hot. We started Jeudy. We started the Rams kicker. Neither are looking good at the moment, but thank you again. And of course, I'll be recapping all the games in a video that will drop right after the Sunday night game tonight. And I really hope I get to see you in the comment section.